never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Got us a Friday. Yeah, TGIF. As I say, let's roll into the weekend. All right, hope you've had a good week. Looking a lot better tonight as far as rainfall, the flooding rain we've talked about all week long. In eastern Texas, parts of Louisiana, Arkansas, there are still some showers. Few pockets of heavier rain, but not nearly as widespread as what we've seen most of the week. Yeah, right now it's just right along, say from west central Louisiana, right along the Texas line, right up on up into northwestern Louisiana. A little bit of rain in northeastern Texas and that southwestern corner of Arkansas. From there, you get up into central Missouri. All right, a little bit of shower, a few pockets of heavy rain. Nothing severe in the mix there, but you'll run into some showers. Central Missouri on up into the southeastern corner of Iowa. Another batch of showers, some pretty heavy rain. North central Iowa on up into south central portions of Minnesota. Now, that particular cluster of thunderstorms did actually prompt a tornado warning that expired about an hour ago. So, not really looking at any severe thunderstorm watches and things of that nature in the zone. It was just one cell that ramped up to severe levels, which they can do from time to time. We got to look a bit further to the west. All right, we've got some thunderstorms over western portions of South Dakota and eastern portions of Montana. That's where you've got the clash of the air masses, the really cold air that's been sweeping through Montana, where it is still snowing lightly tonight. A little bit of light snow from Billings all the way up into just to the east of Shelby, Montana, in the north central portions of the state, Havre, Montana. Looks like there's a few snow showers back toward Butte, Montana as well. We do see a little bit of snow all the way down into the northeastern corner of Nevada tonight. So that's where the cold air is in place. The warmer air, eastern Montana, western, north, and South Dakota, that's, again, gearing up for some severe weather potentially overnight tonight. Hail, damaging wind gusts, downpours, and even isolated tornadoes. With this potent spring storm brought snow to the northern Rockies. Forecasters carefully watching for that potential for severe thunderstorms just to the east of that. Areas we were just describing. This low pressure was strengthening over the northwest throughout the day. On Thursday, the energy from that system is going to trigger some of those isolated storms. Initiating over the higher mountain terrain this past afternoon, then drifting northeastward as we head through the evening and overnight hours. So conditions are not really primed for widespread severe weather, but the widely separated thunderstorms that do develop could contain some large hail, damaging winds, and, again, an isolated tornado. Again, I'm not seeing any active severe thunderstorm watches or anything of that nature, even in place in that zone. Do have some high wind advisories, though, over eastern portions of Montana. A little rocking and rolling out there on the highways. The National Weather Service out of Cheyenne, Wyoming, was warning residents of the dangers of what they call microbursts, localized columns of sinking air in a thunderstorm, and their effect on areas impacted by wildfires. These microbursts can create powerful wind gusts that can take down weak or dead trees, cause some property damage. Rainfall from these storms will actually be beneficial to this region, considering 30% of Colorado, 20% of South Dakota are actually in extreme drought right now. Rapid City, you've only seen like a third of an inch of rainfall so far in the month of May, and we're into the 21st day of May. Still flash flooding remains a risk with this bout of severe weather. Cheyenne, Wyoming, received over 2 inches of rain so far this month. That's actually a bit ahead of their average. Although the river levels are not particularly high, storms can drop a lot of rain in a short amount of time. So if you're traveling along portions of I-25, I-80, and 90, you'll have to slow down when you run through some of these cells. Risk of hydroplaning. After these storms, some thunderstorm activity is expected to continue, off and on across that region, on into the weekend, they tell us. Severe risk will be greatly diminished. Daytime temperatures are going to take a dive. Rapid City's high temperature for Saturday is forecast to be in the upper 50s, well below your normal high, which would be about 70 this time of year. As we look ahead next week, waves of energy are going to move through the area, which will allow the potential for actually some additional snowfall across the northern Rocky Mountains and perhaps the high plains of Montana. Any accumulation from these waves of energy should be limited to the higher terrain locations. So shouldn't be impacting any passes and things of that nature. Meanwhile, in the Northeast, you've had a big-time warm-up, and that trend is going to continue. There's a number of areas, the big cities. I'm looking at the eastern seaboard, from Baltimore to D.C., on up into the Philadelphia area. You've got air quality advisories, kind of a stagnant air mass, and the warming temperatures. Same thing back here in southwest Ohio, the Cincinnati surrounding areas, Cleveland, all areas that have these air quality advisories. They want you to fill your tank up in the early morning or late in the afternoon, those kind of things. Ozone levels are high. But the warm-up temperatures across the east you're going to be feeling like mid-July this weekend, a pattern more typical of midsummer, and the type that often ushers in heat waves as we roll into the weekend here. There will be conditions that allow for some areas to miss out on the sweltering midsummer-like heat and humidity. Temperatures climbing into the 80s over a broad area of the Northeast Wednesday. And we continue to see that warm up. Cities like Baltimore and Philadelphia, you were in the upper 80s on Wednesday. A few locations may even flirt with the 90-degree mark, especially in parts of the I-95 corridor in the Mid-Atlantic, maybe even northwestern New England. We're looking at Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington, D.C., Newark, New Jersey. All have the potential to record your first 90-degree readings this season. Shorts and short sleeves will be the appropriate attire for leisure activities this weekend. Predicted high temperatures will generally be 10 to 25 degrees above average for this time of year. Where should we be right about now? Average highs, mid-60s in northern New England, mid-70s around the Chesapeake Bay. So we got plenty of May sunshine right now that's going to make the temperatures even feel several degrees warmer during the late morning and afternoon hours. So this weekend looks to bring the most widespread warmth to the region, particularly Sunday. For the Mid-Atlantic region, according to AccuWeather, Sunday likely to be the warmest day in the stretch anywhere in the Northeast. That happens to remain southeast of an advancing cold front, with the southwesterly breeze and the action of air being squeezed or compressed ahead of that cold front. Temperatures would have the best chance to overachieve, as they put it, in the Mid-Atlantic and maybe the Central Appalachians and southwestern New England. Sunday's also the day where the humidity levels are probably going to be the highest during this weather pattern. Even with this in mind, humidity levels are going to be well short of what you see during what they call the dog days of summer, like in July and August. But during the middle of summer, the dew points, we often see them getting into the upper 60s and lower 70s. That's when people say you step out the door and you can feel the moisture in the air. The dew point, that's the temperature at which air needs to be cooled for it to become saturated. Well, dew points are probably going to peak in the upper 50s and lower 60s maybe in most areas this weekend, so it shouldn't be too oppressive. Now, if you're going to make plans to head to the beach to take advantage of the warm pattern, you're likely to find plenty of relief. Atlantic water temperatures ranging from the 50s in eastern New England, 60s along much of the mid-Atlantic coast. With a sea breeze forecast to be active most days on the beaches and several miles inland, it may actually get a little chilly for some people. Highs most days in this pattern are going to range from the upper 70s to near 80 around New York City. Sunday may be the exception when temperatures can maybe throttle up in the Big Apple due to more of a breeze from the west rather than off the ocean. Boston, highs most days are going to range from the upper 60s to the upper 70s. Now, Sunday, you may have a chance at surging into the 80s there. All right, in the wake of the front, temperatures are going to be slashed about 10 to 20 degrees on average. Highs we return to more like where we should be. A few degrees away from average, say Monday. So we're going to be, say, near 60 up in Caribou, Maine, upper 70s around D.C., near 80 degrees in Norfolk, Virginia. Now, as we look for the approach and the passage of that front, that will also trigger some showers and thunderstorms this weekend. There's not a whole lot of moisture, though, in the atmosphere. That's going to prevent any sort of widespread torrential downpours in the Northeast, but with plenty of strong winds aloft this time of year, there's the risk that some of these storms could be rather gusty. Even as the cooler air sweeps into the Northeast by early next week, heat is expected to continue to build through much of the southeastern states. Recall we've been discussing outright heat wave that's going to be settling in the southeast. Highs well into the 90s, and we could indeed see some areas hitting the 100-degree mark. More on the heat wave coming up. As that warmth dominates in the eastern U.S. through the weekend, forecasters are actually keeping an eye on an area of disturbed weather east of Bermuda. They're looking for a possible development. Could be talking the first tropical system of the 2021 Atlantic hurricane season. So, yeah, we're still about, a week and a half away? June 1st. Yeah, June is when the hurricane season gets underway. So here's what they're talking about. Yeah, not likely to be welcome news given the intense season that we saw in 2020. Last year, the hyperactive hurricane season started early. We actually had two systems that developed before the 1st of June. Remember Arthur, first named storm of the season, southeast of Florida. That was May the 16th last year. Then we had tropical storm Bertha. Was named after a non-tropical system rapidly strengthened over the western Atlantic off the Georgia coast. That was the 27th of May. 2020 season, of course, went on to become the busiest on record. We ended up with 30 named storms. So many storms that the Greek alphabet was tapped to name 9 different systems once the pre-designated list of names had been exhausted for this season. And they've now opted to cancel going to the Greek alphabet in the future. They said the Greek alphabet is just too confusing for people to understand. So they've actually developed a system where they'll go back to the letter A and start naming regular old names if we do surpass the regular old alphabet. The biggest hurdle this system is going to face as far as development is the relatively cool water temperatures. I mean, right now, the waters there around Bermuda, they say range from the mid-60s to about 70 degrees. You know, for tropical development, they like much warmer water temperatures. Yeah, upwards of the middle 70s, preferably close to 80-degree or higher water temperatures. But this feature is going to be drifting slowly to the west and southwest as we head into the weekend, then begin a more northward turn this weekend. Now, the path could put the system fairly close to Bermuda over the weekend. Most likely time frame for this to develop would be from, say, today, Friday, into Saturday night, provided the system remains poorly organized and doesn't develop into anything stronger than a weak subtropical depression or storm. Still will be encountering breezing conditions, showers, most likely to impact Bermuda. Heavier rain and stronger winds would likely stay to the northeast of the islands, they tell us. But there is one wild card that could come into play. Water temperatures are a bit warmer to the southwest of Bermuda. Should this feature wander southwest of Bermuda, it would have a much better chance of subtropical development, they tell us. So get ready for the 2021 hurricane season. It's time for the cicadas, all right? Yeah, it is underway. After months of anticipation, the emergence of Brood X, or Brood 10, of periodical cicadas is underway across portions of the eastern U.S. First time since 2004. Despite the cooler-than-normal start to May here, the song of the late spring and early summer, the buzzing of cicadas, is now being heard loud and clear across parts of the South and the Mid-Atlantic. The emergence began here in our region a couple nights ago. Haven't heard any singing just yet. Most of the early risers, the early emergers, I guess it would be, are being devoured by the wildlife. The birds, the squirrels, the moles have been feasting as these things come to the surface. but the numbers are going to grow so intense that there's going to be too many for the critters to eat. All right, so again, due to the cool conditions, it's a little later than anticipated. As daytime temperatures have continued to rise, we're going to be looking for an increase in adult cicada activity. Cicadas, like all insects, are cold-blooded. So when temperatures are lower, their activity slows down. Most cicadas in this brood should be above ground probably over the next 10 to 15 days. Preferred soil temperature is right around 64 degrees. They're not going to be around all that long. Adult cicadas only spend about a month above the ground looking for mates, laying eggs. This current brood, though, it gets a lot of attention because it's such a broad area. Impact stretching as far south as Georgia, as far west as Illinois, and all the way north into Michigan. When these cicadas were hatching 17 years ago, did you realize the iPhone did not exist? The sitcom Friends was at the end of its final season. Wow, in terms of weather, some of the cicadas near the Atlantic coast may have felt the effects of Hurricane Alex, which brushed the southeast back in early August, and then Hurricane Charlie, which marched right up the eastern seaboard about a week later. Forecasters noted that the deafening mating calls of cicadas, by the way, only the males actually sing. But where you have a large population, the singing could reach 100 decibels when you step outdoors. Again, haven't heard any singing in our area just yet, but there you go. Underway on a Friday, TGIF. Our number is 844-3388. Jump on in. All right, who's checking in? Zorro was first on board this morning. Good morning, Zorro. James checking in. Happy Friday, Steve. Have a great weekend all and stay safe. God bless. Sean Johns, good morning. 82 degrees in Tucson, Arizona there tonight. See. Morning, Steve. Watching from Baker, California. This is John. Pick it up in San Bernardino tomorrow. It's a mild 70, some gusty winds in the desert, headed to Holland, Michigan, ultimately for delivery. Stay safe out there. So John's on a long run there. God bless America. God bless you, Steve Sommers, and God bless all you truckers bringing home the goods for us. Welcome from northern Illinois, the communist state of confusion, where it's 77 degrees, a little humid. Love the show, and I love that nanner pudding with some Nilla wafers. All right, thank you, Kevin. He's still doing the cardiac rehab thing. Thank you for listening in. Monty Python checking in. Good morning, Your Honor. Happy Friday. Have a good weekend. Hope you can get that pool put together. Yeah, still working on getting that going. Morning to Matthew checking in. Still checking in from the Sunshine State on vacation. And yes, it's everybody's favorite day of the week, TGIF. Hope you're having fun down there, Matthew. Let's see. Steve says, I hope the inbred redneck, this is actually the Michigan man, hope the inbred redneck calls in tonight, tells us whether or not Hogzilla likes to chow down on those cicadas. Hello, everyone out there. I'm still trucking out here tonight. Good to have you with us, Michigan Madman. Carrot Top checking in from Bartow, Florida. Captain Ron checking in from Lake City, Florida. 70 degrees. Northbound and down, one step closer to Monday. Happy trails, everybody. Richard also checking in, morning from Central Florida, 72 degrees. Happy day to Steve and you. Larry, morning, everybody. Rolling through Dallas, headed to the rail yard in Fort Worth. Everybody stay safe this morning. Scooter checking in from Yazoo City, Mississippi, 75 degrees. A beautiful night deep in the heart of Dixie. And hey there, it's Larry's early morning Friday Morning, Larry. He's on board my early Friday driver safety meeting. Guess he's going to be heading out shortly. Let's see, one more here. Let's hear from Dan. Morning from Northwest Ohio. Longtime listener. Typically don't call in, but great show. I love the Hot Shot Secret. He goes by the handle Warpig. All right, there you go. Just a few of our listening friends as everybody gets on board here on a Friday morning. Let's jump into some of our industry headlines. Starting off with this, some people are saying, why does Senator John Cornyn hate truckers so much? I don't know that he hates truckers, but yeah, members of the trucking industry are speaking out against his suggestion to impose a pretty hefty vehicle miles traveled tax on commercial vehicles. That's the VMT, they call it. During a Senate Finance Committee hearing on infrastructure funding this week, John Cornyn kind of raised some eyebrows when he suggested a truck-only VMT tax to help pay for road and bridge repairs. Cornyn suggested a 25-cent per mile tax on Class 7 and Class 8 trucks, saying that would generate $33 billion in revenue based on the 2019 projections from the Joint Committee on Taxation. A targeted vehicle miles traveled user fee on heavy trucks using commercial vehicles, along with maybe some relief on other fees that the trucking industry pays, to me seems like one idea that, while there's no perfect idea, but there's nothing for free. We need to come up with something that makes sense, he says. That suggestion was met immediately with, obviously, backlash from multiple trucking industry stakeholders. The Texas Trucking Association issued a same-day statement pointing out how devastating a VMT tax would be for small carriers. Mr. Cornyn, a 25-cent tax on every mile traveled means approximately $25,000 per truck for a truck that travels 100,000 miles a year. That's nearly half the average salary for a truck driver. 88% of trucking business in Texas are small mom-and-pop shops already operating on paper-thin margins who can ill afford to be targeted with helping the nation recover from a global pandemic. Senator Cornyn's vehicle miles travel tax is an assault on the trucking industry and the more than 735,000 hardworking Texans who keep the Texas economy strong. To see Senator Cornyn not only support such an ill-conceived idea, but to actually take the lead is completely unacceptable to the thousands of trucking companies and small businesses across the state that he purports to represent. Again, that's the Texas Trucking Association president. The American Trucking Association also had harsh words for Cornyn. Why does John Cornyn hate truckers? These are the men and women delivering milk, eggs, toilet paper, and vaccines across the industry. We don't understand why he wants to tax the hardest working, most patriotic people in America. So some of the response, they've been looking at vehicle miles taxes for years. I've never heard the suggestion of a 25-cent per mile tax, though. $25,000 a year. What kind of numbers would that add up to for some of these larger companies? What do you think? All-out challenge and the Outlaw Diesel Super Series event will be getting underway later today, as a matter of fact. UCC, the best competitors in North America, they start things off with a drag race, followed by a sled pull, followed by a dyno competition. 3 days, 3 events, scores then calculated to determine who is the 2021 UCC champion, Ultimate Call-Out Challenge. So it's not necessarily who's got the fastest vehicle to win the drag, but you also have to have a good, the better scores in the sled pull and competition. Of course, with the Outlaw Diesel Super Series event, you'll see the Hot Shot Secret Series S10 pickup racing during that portion of the drag race with many other sponsored drivers. And Kyle said this is some of the best diesel drag racers that you're going to see anywhere in the country. I know he's kind of juiced for the weekend. Maybe he might even call in this morning. Yeah, seeing as this is the only morning we'll be on live, he did say he'd be checking in from Indianapolis because this is a big weekend. So we'll look forward to that. Right now, news break as we're underway a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden has announced that Israel and Hamas have agreed to a ceasefire after 11 days of war. He said he's been in frequent contact with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
We've held intensive high-level discussions, hour by hour, literally. Egypt, the Palestinian Authority, and other Middle Eastern countries, with the aim of avoiding the sort of prolonged conflict we've seen in previous years when the hostilities have broken out.
He expressed hopes that the ceasefire would pave the way towards a lasting peace. Earlier at the White House, Biden signed into law a bill to stop hate crimes against Asian Americans.
My message to all of those of you who are hurting is we see you. And the Congress has said we see you. And we are committed to stop the hatred and the bias.
This is USA Radio News.
If your loved one has passed away due to COVID-19, pay close attention to this message. You could be entitled to a death benefit of over $300,000. The U.S. government has set up a fund to pay families relief if they've lost a loved one due to COVID-19. We know this is a hard time for you, and this fund has been set up by the federal government to help ease your pain. The compensation includes a death benefit and lost wages benefit. Time is limited, so we urge you to make a free phone call right now. There's no cost to you for this claim. All legal fees are only covered once you receive your money. So if you've lost a loved one due to COVID-19, call the legal helpline right now to find out if you qualify for a cash award. Here's our number, 800-923-9018, 800-923-9018, 800-923-9018. That's 800-923-9018. Paid for by the IPG Law.
The bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com. From the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
There we go, back on a Friday. Let me see here. Who else checking in? Buckeye Boy, how we doing tonight? Checking in from Monroe, Louisiana, headed west to L.A. 71, no rain. Been trying to catch the number 5 and number 24 Hendricks car haulers who passed me a while ago. They were moving. I guess they're on their way to Austin, and the number 20 Jabbercrapper passed me also. I hope he gets a speeding ticket. Have a great night. I don't know, does law enforcement ever pull those NASCAR guys over that are, I mean, they ain't letting no grass grow under their feet. They're hitting it. Let's see here. The Four Barrel. Morning, everybody. Checking in from Wapakoneta, headed to Dayton, 73 degrees. I'm 49 years old, 29 years driving. Have a great day. Hello, Pappy. Yeah, it's your Friday. He said it's my Sunday. I'm not looking forward to this first hot weekend of the year. Well, I hope we don't have a full moon on top of that. No, we don't have the full moon, but I know what you're talking about. My son said the same thing. We were talking yesterday morning. He said, when you get these, when it starts warming up, you have the hot weekend, everybody gets out and start getting crazy. I guess he's anticipating a busy weekend out there on the streets. Happy Friday, Steve, from Charlotte. We're about to hit 90 degrees from the 15 car there. And let me see here. Dean said something about the picture's a little fuzzy. I don't know. We haven't really changed anything that I'm aware of. I don't think I've bumped the camera or anything. Should be good. Maybe it's those Pappy said it's those Skullbusters you've been drinking. And lastly, Miss Millie. Morning, Steve. A balmy 67 degrees in Foster, Kentucky. Looking for a good program. Take care, and drivers, be safe. Have a great weekend, everybody. Who gets to be first out of the box tonight? I don't know if Eagle has ever been our first caller of the evening. Let's make Eagle the first out of the box tonight. Hello, Eagle.
Yeah, I had to call in early tonight because I got to get up early in the morning. So, I wanted to try to get in early to talk to you, especially before I go to sleep. There's a lot of good news going on. You was just talking about them NASCAR haulers. I'm going to that NASCAR race this weekend in Texas at the road track in Austin. I'll be there viewing the race. It's the first time they ever raced there, so I want to try to get there to check it out and see what's going on this weekend. Tickets are not that expensive, so I definitely want to try to be there. Hopefully the rain. I don't know. They said you might want to give a weather report, but I think it's supposed to rain on Sunday, so hopefully the race don't get called off. Do you know anything about what's going on in Austin on Sunday?
I'm actually I'm trying to pull it up as we speak here. I'll get it in just a moment.
Yeah. Hopefully, I heard that they was expecting a little bit of rain, so hopefully. Well, I think they can run. I think they can run on the race course with rain anyway. They could. I think they got tires, rain tires.
Yeah, you're
it's
right.
not like a Daytona.
You're right about that. They actually they got the windshield wipers and they'll run the rain tires. That might be kind of exciting to watch. I mean, forecast I'm looking at here is Saturday. It says 80% chance of thunderstorms. Sunday, scattered thunderstorms. Yeah, 50-50 chance of scattered thunderstorms.
Yeah. They can still run the race. It's not like Daytona or Talladega where they can't run if it's raining. You can run on a road course with rain. So that might be interesting to see if it do rain. So I definitely gonna be there. I've driven by this track several times. When I'm in Texas, but I've never been to a race. I wanted to get to one of those Formula One races last year, but they canceled the race last year, the Formula One, because of the coronavirus deal. So hopefully everything will go good. Something, Steve, I'm gonna talk a little bit about the coronavirus tonight and what's going on down here in Texas. Basically now you're seeing people, Walmarts, Targets, whatever. They used to stop you when you tried to walk in the door without a mask on. Now you can walk inside of a Walmart in Texas, wherever, Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, it don't matter. And nobody tries to stop you. You still see people walking around with masks, but not as many people as you used to see. This hoax or farce or whatever you want to call it look like it's about over. As far as I'm concerned, they accomplished what they wanted to do, Steve. Dr. Fauci and Bill Gates and all these people, Zuckerberg and all, they accomplished exactly what they wanted to do, and that was to get Donald Trump out of the White House. Okay. They accomplished their goal, and they took many lives in the process, of getting what they wanted. The whole thing makes no sense, Steve. If you add up what's going on right now with what was going on about a year ago, the whole thing makes no sense. They're trying to tell people, even now this idiot Dr. Fauci is telling people that even though you're vaccinated, you still might need to wear a mask. This guy's trying to go both sides of the ball. He's trying to go both ways. You can't go both ways. How can you tell somebody that they need to get a vaccine, but they also need to wear a mask? What's the purpose of getting the vaccine? So, like I say, the whole thing makes no sense. And like I say, I haven't been vaccinated, and I don't plan on getting vaccinated because I haven't been sick the whole year that this thing has been around. And I've been traveling state all over the place, as you know, as a truck driver, and I haven't contracted this disease. So I'm not planning on getting no vaccine no time soon. Here's what's really suspicious about the whole thing, Steve. Down here in Texas and other places, these people are actually offering money. I don't know if you heard about this. Some of these vaccine places are actually offering to pay money if you go in and get a vaccine. Something just don't sound right about that. Why are you paying people money to get vaccinated? Are you still there?
I'm looking here. You know what? I mean, New York's offering like lottery scratch-off tickets if you get the shot. Maryland has announced that they're going to give away, was it like $2 million or something? Ohio's doing 5 $1 million winners. Maryland officials.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What it makes? I've never heard of this. As far as in vaccinations, I've never heard of somebody offering millions of dollars to get vaccinated. Something just don't sound right about this. So like I say, my advice to people is don't get the vaccine, don't get vaccinated. If you haven't gotten sick in the last year, apparently your body is strong enough to fight off of this so-called virus. And so like I said before, I have no intentions of doing it, and a lot of other people I know are not doing it. So, like I say, Dr. Fauci, he can run his mouth all he wants. Like I say, he has the backing of Joe Biden. And, Joe Biden, he's another guy that speaks, with a forked tongue, as the old Indian people used to say, he speaks with a forked tongue like a snake. One side of his mouth says the other, one thing, other says the other. Biden tells people that as long as you're vaccinated, that you shouldn't have to wear a mask. But guess what? When you see good old Joe Biden on TV, what does he have on? A mask. And last time he's been vaccinated, and Kamala, both of them, but yet they still walking around with masks. So they're speaking, they're on both sides of the ball. So I don't trust these people. And like I say, I'm gonna continue doing what I'm doing, and I advise the other American people to go on with your life and move on, and don't let this continue to cost you money. They put millions of people out of work. And one other thing I wanted to bring up with you, Steve, before I hang up, the governor down here in Texas, he did the right thing, and he getting these losers off the unemployment roll and back in the working line. He said that he's going to cut off that $300 extra money that they're giving these losers to sit around the house doing nothing. And that's exactly what he needs to do, because they got jobs available right now, and you got people turning down jobs because they want to continue collecting this free money. And like I said, the governor of Texas did the right thing. If you don't want to work, hey, that's no problem, but you won't continue receiving the extra $300. So you see how quick, like my grandfather used to say, Steve, you see how quick that guy go out and look for a job now that he know he ain't going to get the extra $300. I bet you he go find a job, right? I bet you he go look for a job now when they cut off that $300. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle, there you go, first out of the box. Yeah, let me see here. Larry Hogan, the governor there in Maryland, made the big, the announcement this past day. Starting next Tuesday, the Maryland Lottery will start giving out $40,000 prizes to vaccinated people every day for 40 days. $40,000 winners. And on the 4th of July, they'll draw a grand prize, $400,000 winner. Get your shot for a shot to win, was the announcement. Got to be 18 or older, resident of Maryland. You also must have received at least one shot of the vaccine in the state. To protect privacy, names will be matched with computer-generated numbers, and the lottery will draw a random daily winner. Me personally, I'm about to get vaccinated. It says Antonio Banks of Baltimore. This is an attempt to boost demand for vaccinations. Maybe it'll just get people to pay attention and finally go out and get vaccinated so it can get finished. Winners can remain anonymous. They'll be contacted using the information they gave when they got vaccinated. Looking to inspire people. Dangling that little carrot in front of them. Okay. Money will not be taken from lottery proceeds dedicated to education. It'll come from the Maryland Lottery's marketing budget. Director of the Maryland Lottery said the odds are much better than games like Mega Millions. We think there's a tremendous benefit for the lottery itself for the promotion. We also spoke with folks in Kentucky who have a similar program. And early anecdotal evidence suggests that they're already more than covered the cost of the promotion with media exposure. He stressed that adults that are already vaccinated are automatically entered in the drawings. Okay, so, horse feathers, you're up. You're in the running for a $40,000, maybe a $400,000 windfall. Good luck. Steve, hi there. Happy Friday.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Yeah, today is my Friday. I'm going to be taking tonight off and Got to get my trailer packed up. I'm going to be leaving that communist state of confusion next Thursday. I thought that was pretty funny. I don't know who said that, but I heard you say it.
Right.
I will be a resident of Tennessee next week.
You're making the move. What, Murfreesboro, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we got a big terminal down there, just 20 minutes southeast of Nashville. So I'm transferring down there. And speaking of the communist state of confusion, did you hear a couple days ago what? We've got some really bad mayors in this country, Steve. You know, the one in L.A., de Blasio in New York, the one in San Antonio. I mean, there's some really terrible mayors. But Lori Lightfoot's got to be the worst. Did you hear what she said a couple days ago?
I don't believe I have.
Steve, she is only going to grant interviews to reporters of color. Either if you're black or brown. If you're white, you are not going to be able to interview Lori Lightfoot. She said this at a press conference. I think I sent you the article on it.
I did see that headline. What the hell's wrong with this woman?
Steve, I mean, that's blatant racism.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if Donald Trump, when he was president, all the reporters that he took questions from, Costas, he's Spanish or Mexican, that black reporter, I forgot his name, that he was always going toe-to-toe with. Can you imagine if he said, sorry, folks, but I'm only going to take questions from white people? I mean, it's absolutely shocking.
Could you imagine the outrage?
I mean, this is blatant racism. This is what they're doing, Steve. I mean, is this part of the reparations plan? They're going to start hanging signs up in these restaurants and dry cleaners and, whites not allowed? Is that what we're going to be seeing next?
Yep.
This is all the plan to divide America. It's to pit the blacks against the whites against the Asians, the Mexicans against the white. I mean, that's what this all is. It's communism. It's Marxism. That's how they destroy a country, is by dividing the people and making you hate each other with the critical race theory and all the other bull crap that they're spewing. But for this woman to come out and say this, I mean, the state of Illinois should I don't know what they could do.
They need to
remove her.
They need to run her ass out on a rail, as the old term was. Run her out on a rail.
In the Chicago media, I was watching it before I went on to work tonight. They're not really saying too much about this, Steve. They're really not. It's just, I just don't get it. They're coming out of the closet. All these racists are starting to come out of the closet. We always knew Al Sharpton was a racist. He comes out and says it. Jesse Jackson. Now Lori Lightfoot. Public official coming out of the closet. Just amazing. Did you, Steve, did you happen to see that video a few days ago? I think it was from the Navy or the Air Force on that UFO that they were tracking. It's like a video, and they got the sight pointed at this thing, and it's kind of moving back and forth and up and down and back and forth. Did you happen to see that?
I don't know if that particular one is that the one that it ended up going down into the water, into the ocean?
Yeah, I believe that was the one. The Pentagon, I'm not sure when they're supposed to put out a report. I don't know if it's coming out today or next week, but they're supposed to release the files that they've been, keeping track of this stuff. And that's going to be quite interesting to see what the findings have been and what they've been, able to keep from us all these years. I mean, these Navy and Air Force pilots, these guys that fly all the time, they swear up and down that there's a lot of stuff out there. that we don't, that we're not able to see.
And I think they say they see it every day. I mean, it's.
Yep. I mean, we got to be pretty naive, Steve, to think out of all the galaxies in the universe and how vast it is that we're the only species around.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And for them to be able to, if this is true, for them to be able to come at that great distance, light years away, would just show how primitive we really are. If they've got that kind of technology, just it's pretty fascinating.
I think
it really is.
I believe the report's supposed to come out here early June, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I thought they had said that they were going to release that. I really can't wait till it comes about. The other thing I wanted to mention, I sent you an email last night. I really appreciate Big Moose's that article that he had posted, the 5 Steps to Communism.
Yes,
I believe it was.
Yes,
talked about last night. Yeah, and I wrote you a short email about that book that Mark Levin just wrote. It took him almost a year to write it. It's called American Marxism. He's already almost at 100,000 copies of his pre-order. The book comes out, I believe, first week of July. I believe it comes out. But he's already at 100,000 copies on Amazon for his pre-order. And his book, Steve, tells all about what Big Moose was talking about last night. About the different aspects of how these communists and Nazis try to take over a country. It's pretty fascinating. So I can't wait to get his book. I encourage your listeners, man, to get a copy of that, because that's what we need to do.
Mm-hmm.
We need to educate ourselves on what's really going down in this country. There was another thing that came out today. The government's been land grabbing for years. I mean, they've got a fund actually set up in the Department of the Interior. They get about, they allocate about $900 billion a year towards buying up land in the U.S. And they actually own about 11% of the land right now. But Joe Biden just signed something where he's doing what they call a 30-30. They want the government to own 30% of the land by the year 2030. I mean, you think about that. 30% of the country is basically what they want to buy up, including the 11%, is about 2 sizes the state of Texas. That's a lot of land.
That's a lot.
Yep, and that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to buy up land. And not only that, after the 30-30, they want to put in they want to own 50% of the land. They want to make 50% of the United States federal land by the year 2050. So, I mean, that tells a lot. And also for his Green New Deal bullcrap, they're talking about a size of Arizona and Colorado, which is a massive amount of land, to be able to accommodate their Green New Deal, windmills,
solar panels. Yep.
So, it's coming. I mean, they've been buying up private land for years. People selling their land, and you wonder who's buying it. Well, it's the U.S. government. So that's pretty interesting how they just keep taking and taking and taking. Like Moose was saying last night, all the rights, they just go one by one by one. I mean, it's going to be pretty soon. Are we going to have any private land rights? Are we really going to be able to own anything in the next 10 to 20 years?
Well, last I checked, the government doesn't have any money, but the only money the government has is the money that they take from us, the taxpayers. Whatever they're supposedly buying to belong to the government belongs to the people. It's our land.
Yep. That's what it's supposed to be, but they're allocating $900 million every year into this slush fund of taxpayer money so the government can buy up the land, and then they own it. So it's coming. But anyway, that's about all I got for tonight, Steve. I hope you have a good weekend, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right. And I'm going to, let me share that Lori Lightfoot thing. This is unbelievable. Yeah, Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot actually defending her controversial announcement to grant individual interviews only to journalists of color, and blasted Chicago's media institutions for their overwhelming whiteness and maleness. On the 2-year anniversary of her election, Democrat Lightfoot has drawn outrage after white journalists were told by her press office, "You can't interview her one-on-one because of your skin color." In a 2-page letter to the media, Lightfoot, who is the first black woman as well as the first openly gay mayor in Chicago's history, praised her own 2019 election for breaking barriers and took a shot at media organizations in the city for not adequately addressing institutionalized racism in their ranks. Her decision to temporarily speak only to black or brown reporters, she said, is a part of her lifelong battle to fight for diversity and inclusion. Quote, "In looking at the absence of diversity across the City Hall press corps and other newsrooms, sadly, it does not appear that many of the media institutions in Chicago have caught on and truly have not embraced this moment. I have been struck since my first day on the campaign trail in 2018 by the overwhelming whiteness and maleness of Chicago media outlets, editorial boards, and political press corps, and yes, the City Hall press corps specifically." She then reeled off the diversity of the city's leadership, including its majority black and Latinx city council, and said it's unacceptable that most reporters covering City Hall are white. Many of them are smart and hardworking, savvy and skilled, but mostly white nonetheless. She lectured the Chicago media leadership to evolve and diversify for fear that this arm of our democratic system is on life support. Wow. She's taken heavy criticism for banning white reporters from speaking with her, with one Latino Chicago Tribune reporter saying he had canceled his scheduled interview in protest. Fact is, elected officials, candidates, celebrities, athletes choose who they want to interview them all the time. They just don't do it on the basis of race or gender. At least they don't admit they do. But that's, coming right out and saying it. We get a news update. What have we come to in the United States of America? You know, is it next for Lori Lightfoot to say if you're white, you have to ride on the back of the bus? Is that where we're going? Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden has announced that Israel and Hamas have agreed to a ceasefire after 11 days of war. He said he's been in frequent contact with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
We've held intensive high-level discussions, hour by hour, literally. Egypt, the Palestinian Authority, and other Middle Eastern countries, with the aim of avoiding the sort of prolonged conflict we've seen in previous years when the hostilities have broken out.
He expressed hopes that the ceasefire would pave the way towards a lasting peace. Earlier at the White House, Biden signed into law a bill to stop hate crimes against Asian Americans.
My message to all of those of you who are hurting is we see you. And the Congress has said we see you. And we are committed to stop the hatred and the bias.
This is USA Radio News.
Billy Gerard here for Ocean Salmon. It's the new year is on its way and you're making those resolutions. One of yours this year to eat better. And you know what? Salmon should be a part of that. And the best salmon is available delivered to you from our friends at oceansalmon.com. Chilean, farm-raised, sustainably raised in the cold Chilean waters. You know, it's one thing to make a commitment to eat better. The next step in that is knowing where your salmon comes from. The very best salmon comes from Chile, and that is oceansalmon.com. Go right now, oceansalmon.com. Use promo code ROCKSTAR15. You will get an additional pound of salmon, 15% off, and free shipping. Ocean Salmon, OSHENSALMON, oceansalmon.com. Promo code ROCKSTAR15. Free shipping, an additional pound, oh my goodness, and 15% off. Oceansalmon.com, OSHEN salmon.com. That's oceansalmon.com. Promo code ROCKSTAR15. Hurry, supplies are limited.
The House has narrowly approved a $1.9 billion security upgrade for the U.S. Capitol in response to the January 6th attack. The chamber voted 213 to 212 in favor of the spending bill, with Democratic members of the so-called squad putting the legislation in chamber. In addition to upgrading security, the money would cover costs associated with the damage caused by the riot, during which supporters of former President Trump broke windows and vandalized the interior of the Capitol. The man charged with killing a University of Iowa student while she was out for a run in 2018 confessed to the crime. During his murder trial, Brooklyn, Iowa officer Pamela Romero said Christian Rivera couldn't remember any of the details of the killing. Rivera had initially denied he'd ever met Molly Tibbetts when he was questioned 1 month after her disappearance. He pled not guilty to first-degree murder. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
Some big changes are happening at Microsoft. USA Radio's Lance Pry explains.
Microsoft announced it plans to largely retire its Internet Explorer browser. The software giant on Wednesday said its Internet Explorer 11 desktop application, the current version, will no longer be supported starting June 15th of next year for certain versions of the company's Windows software. Microsoft Browser Push now is centered on Edge, and if you've ever tried to remove Edge from a Windows operating system, you will understand it's nearly impossible. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Voters in 5 counties in eastern Oregon have urged county officials to begin to promote border relocation and join Idaho. The counties, Malheur, Sherman, Grant, Baker, and Lake, join Jefferson and Union counties, whose voters have applied to join Idaho last year in their planned succession to what is going to be called Greater Idaho. The group Move Oregon's Border for a Greater Idaho is behind the effort. In addition to rural eastern Oregon, the planned area would also encompass parts of northeastern California. Last year, a drive to, quote, seek refuge from the blue states was stalled from COVID-19. Any change in the state's boundaries would require a ratification by the Oregon legislature, which is controlled by Democrats. From there, Oregon and Idaho would have to sign a formal agreement, which would then have to be ratified by Congress. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment. for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, yes, indeed. We are back. It is a Friday. Rolling into the weekend. Here we go. And who else checks in this morning? Hey, Tank checking in. Happy Friday. 70 degrees. A little rainy out here in eastern Oklahoma. I'll be at the home 20 later this morning. Everybody truck safe. Have a great weekend. And you do the same, Tank. Let's see. Thanks, Steve, for all the years of dedication to truckers. It's from JK Energy. All right, gotcha. Let's see. Bidu checking in. Also 70 degrees in Rochester, New York. Waiting for a load to head back to Youngstown, Ohio. Terry checking in from North Carolina. I guess referring to the cicadas. Yeah, no noise in North Carolina yet. Crazy Ray, West Michigan checking in. Temperature here, hot. Happy Friday to all from Eskimo Mom this morning. Good to have you with us. Daniel, yeah, you'll see. You know, that pool could probably be done pretty reasonable if you got a hold of H&H Enterprises. Yeah, Hollywood and Holiday. That's the original H&H. Yeah, for the low cost of $19.95, right? Mike checking in morning. Happy Friday. Checking from Wahlberg, Texas. 75 degrees here. Headed to Converse, Far, San Benito, and Eagle Pass, Texas today. And tomorrow, headed back home to Indiana. Have a great weekend. I'll be tuned in again Sunday night when you're back on. Yes, Philip checking in. I mentioned the story of the 25 cents per mile vehicle miles tax. He says, have they lost their minds? Yes, I believe they have. What's on your mind, Grump?
Oh, boy. What ain't on my mind? You know something, man? Let's talk about this Lightfoot thing real quick here. I put a post on Facebook here a few days ago about that, or a couple of days ago about that, you know, and just kind of, you know, gave just my opinion thing about it. But it's hard to believe that people allow that crap to get swept under the rug. Like, well, she just being, you know, well, whatever the hell it is. I don't know if it's a she, he, it, whatever
right.
that thing is. Just looks at it like, you know, well, they have that right, you know. Well, why in the hell don't I have that right? Or you have that right? You know, what would happen to Steve Summers if you was doing a major interview with a black guy and you say, I'm not going to interview this guy. I only want to interview white people. You know, hot shot secret to be run cold quick. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Yep.
I'm sick of this damn divide with people. You know, it's like last night I was unloading at a place down in Kansas City, and it was a big food warehouse. I'm in there, and I'm standing there checking in, and this idiot from Chicago, you know, and he was a black guy, was talking trash to this little girl that was checking everybody in. You couldn't get a word in edgewise because of this moron. Finally, I turned around. I said, dude, would you shut the hell up? You know, I said, Jesus Christ, we're trying to do, you know, conduct a little business here. Have some respect, you know. Oh, hell, he just went totally nuts. You know, just, you know, started that, you know, ghetto trash talk and all that, you know. And, you know, you probably wouldn't be saying that if I was black, if I was white, would you? And I said, dude, like, you have a chance. I mean, you sound like one of the damn Cosby kids, you know, and here you're trying to talk trash to this girl here. I said, just shut the hell up. Nobody wants to hear it. You know, and I'm sick of this crap. You know, everything's got to be thrown in here about race, and it just pisses me off. You know, I've served with Muslims. I've served with everybody under the sun, you know, in the military. Nobody gave it a second damn thought. We were all in it together. But when you get out here like this, it just amazes the hell out of me how this country is just divided. And I listened to that little thing there on Biden there in the commercial, and he was talking about bringing this country together. Bull. That's the last thing that a damn Democrat wants to do is bring this country together. They love this divide and selling off this country and everything that's going wrong with it. I don't blame the politicians. They're just a bunch of jackasses that are wanting to get rich. I blame every American that buys into that horse crap. Number one, that this is the way it should be. That somehow I'm the victim because, I'm black or I'm Hispanic or I'm this, and I don't like white people because of crap that happened 200 years ago. Get the hell over it, you bunch of crybabies. I'm just so sick of this. There is not one damn statue in the United States that actually causes anybody any damn problems. If they say they do, they're inventing something to bitch about. And it's just, I'll call them a liar to their damn face. I'm just sick of this whole thing. And if people don't wake the hell up, this is what's going to happen. If they want a war, if they want to cause this big racial divide, number one, they're going to be fighting 68% of the damn population. That's what's white. And it just burns my ass. And what else bugs the hell out of me is they talk about people of color. There's not enough of them in journalism. There's not enough of them in certain committees in Congress and stuff. How in the hell do you create that? If they were journalists and they wanted to apply for those positions, I could understand that, but they're not. Do they just want to open the door up and yell, "Hey, I want somebody in here that's of color reporting, whether you're a damn journalist or not"? It just blows my mind. These fools are just out of whack. Now let's talk about Cornyn. He's a dumbass too. And anybody that believes that a vehicle miles travel tax is something, especially 25 cents a mile. Last year, Steve, that would have hit me with $32,000 extra dollars that I didn't need to pay. All right. On top of, I just sat here a minute ago and broke everything down. Between the miles, that if you added that tax onto what I already do, fuel taxes, just based off of federal fuel taxes and state fuel taxes, I pay around I'm about like every other truck. I pay about $9,200 a year just in fuel taxes alone. That's at the pump. $22.90 tax. There's another $5. License and tags and permits, every damn thing. There's $2,100 a year. Workman's comp. I kind of lowballed that a little bit, about $4,800 a year, and that's some states you got to carry workman's comp. Some you can carry the other, the work liability, whatever the hell it is. But if you look at liability insurance on your truck, on your cargo and stuff, for me that's another tax. That should be included in your comprehensive on your damn truck, but it's not. It's it's a whole different ball game created for truck drivers. There's a $9,500. When you add all that up and add that $32,000 that would cost me, there's $59,000 in taxes and license and just crap like that. Okay, let's look at the property tax I pay, the FET tax that I paid on 10 tires last year. You want to throw that in there. Personal property tax I paid. All the damn money that I pay out in income tax and state, federal, and local. Not to mention, we don't even go into sales tax, capital gains tax that I've already paid. I paid income tax on money. When you add all that up, that's $78,000 right there that I would have to come up with if I included all that $32,000. It just, where in the hell does this end? You got, it's not the average person out here that's pissed away the Highway Trust Fund. It's idiots like Cornyn and the rest of them clowns that's sitting up there in that Capitol building. They're the ones that decided bike paths and museums and every damn thing else ought to be funded out of the Highway Trust Fund. That's why we got bridges that are about damn near falling down, because of crap like that. Why don't they open the front door up in the damn museum so we can drive through there? Maybe the floor is just a little more sturdy than the bridges that we have to go across. Steve, it just don't end. It does not end. And the only way it's going to end is if enough Americans get stung like the American truck driver, and they step up and say, "Hey, I've had enough of this crap. I've had enough of it." I remember in the town that I was a police officer in, they wanted to raise the property tax up. People flocked down there at that damn at the courthouse, and during the city meeting. So we ain't gonna pay it. We'll drag every one of your asses out of here and throw you down in the street. We ain't gonna pay it. And out the door they went. They said, "All right, well, people haven't spoken. They ain't gonna pay it. So why would we do it?" But it just keeps we just keep rolling over and wanting more. When you add up everything that has come about over the years here, it just makes me sick to see it. Like FET tax, I mentioned that. You realize that FET tax generates $98 billion a damn year? $98 billion. That was just an added tax on cigarettes, on booze, on tires, things that truck drivers need, things like that. Makes up 3% of the total tax revenue. And what do they do with that? I guess they hand it out to when you look at the illegals that's coming across the border. $60 billion a year that it costs us just because them bastards are pouring over here. Instead of, having flights that are leaving every damn day saying, when this plane lands, you're getting your ass off of it, number one. And number two, whoever your government official is better be standing here with a check to pay for your damn travel expense, because we're sick of it. It just Americans, I've never seen so many damn bleeding hearts in my life. I've been to Africa. I've been all over the place, and it's, people will openly thank you in places like that. Thank the American population. Thank the American public for, providing us with stuff here. When you look at the Red Cross and all the other things, a lot, they raise money on contributions and things like that, but a lot of it's paid out of damn American tax dollars. And it just, when is it going to stop? Trump had it right. America first. Let's take care of everybody here at the damn home plane, and then we'll worry about the rest of the world. And when I mean worry about the rest of the world, I'm not telling them to get off their collective asses and start providing for themselves. If they don't like that damn dictator in the office, which got to say, it seems like we're getting a few of them our damn self. Then drag his ass down the street and put somebody in there that's going to do something for the people. But it just, I don't know, man. I tell you, it's, when is this country going to wake up and realize that we are the greatest nation in the world?
If they were to actually attempt to put a 25-cent per mile vehicle tax on trucking, what would the rates would obviously have to go up by 25 cents per mile. The cost, we're already talking about inflation. Would that not just send inflation through the roof?
Absolutely. But one thing that people don't realize right now, they're paying more in the damn stores, number one, because diesel fuel's gone up. Do they honestly think I'm going to eat that cost of that extra fuel? Hell no, we're going to pass it on to consumers. And I'm a consumer, you're a consumer, so we're paying for it too. But the fact is, when you start looking at somebody like Cornyn that's going to say, well, let's charge the trucks 25 cents a mile. And it's going to raise, $35 billion out of the 140 billion miles that they ran last year, all the trucks on the highway. All right, well, let's throw that damn 25 cents a mile in our own cars too. Let's just do that. See how well they like that. They outnumber 11-1 on the cars to the trucks, so let's go ahead and throw them on there. Hell, it's not just trucks tearing up the roads. But you got idiots that are out here going, well, let's haul heavier. No, let's don't. Let's haul lighter. Let's just put more people on the damn road. How's that? I don't know where it's ever going to end, Steve. It's just right now, when you look at everything that these idiots are wanting to tax us on, they're handing out dollars right and left. They've been doing this quantitative easing now for 20 years. That just floods the damn market with money, with American dollars. They've been doing it. Well, they started doing it under George Bush. Barack Obama was known for his quantitative easing. I don't think Trump slowed it up all that much, maybe a little bit, but they're going right back into it. They're infusing capital into the economy, and that's what is driving inflation. Democrats, our politicians in general, are the dumbest damn creatures under the sun. They love that little feel-good moment where they can say, I handed you $1,400.
Right.
Yeah, and I just handed your dumb ass $11,000. I just wrote a check for $11,000 to pay my income tax on the 17th. So why don't you do me a favor? I don't get your little $1,400. But people don't understand that, it's going to cost you a hell of a lot more to take that in the long run.
Yeah.
But one thing I never heard the Democrats or any other, or Republicans, either one, say during this whole COVID deal was, we're going to suspend our salaries. You know, we're going to take the bare minimum. Let's go back to the 1988 or 1985 salaries of $42,500. Let's go back to that for a little while here. They didn't do that. Hell no, they want more money.
Yeah.
And then you got that little twit, that little dingbat AOC that the first day, she wasn't in Congress 3 days and wanted a damn raise. I'm like, you do like you do at the bar. Set out your tip jar, stupid, and see how much money goes in there then.
It's incredible. Hey, Grump, I got to move ahead here. I got the news break coming up shortly. I've got several from the email bag. As always, though, Grump, you're on a roll. But undoubtedly, yes, you try to raise 25 cents per mile, generating funds to fix the infrastructure, but it's an alternative tax on everyone. You know, people hear, oh, they're going to charge the truck drivers 25 cents per mile. Well, no, you're going to be paying for that 25 cents per mile in everything that comes by a truck. Virtually everything. Steve, it's getting to be that those that work hard and pay their fair share and try to work for what we want and live the lifestyle and have things, house, car, trucks, motorcycles, or other toys and vacations, all we get is a kick in the kahunas. And with a straight face, we're told we don't do enough. We don't work hard enough or pay our fair share. Steve, you know, the coconuts in Washington aren't worried with people like, because they know we're not going to hit the streets and raise hell and tear stuff up. They know we won't stop working and protest because we're too damn hard. Now, I don't want to throw it all away until we stop sending money to Washington and funding this crap government that runs over us on a daily basis. This isn't going to stop. I think Big Moose is right. The toilet's flushing, and we're making the final round around the bowl. Shaky checks in regards to Lori Lightfoot. He said she's actually been blasted for that comment about only interviewing people of color by several Latino. And I believe it's called the African American Correspondent Association. There's been quite a few that said they're not going to interview her anymore. There was a Latino reporter for the Chicago Tribune that was granted an interview, called her office and asked if she'd change her stance on whites being able to interview her. They told him no. He canceled the interview. So then she came out and said, well, that was her office that said no. That wasn't her statement. Does that mean that she's going to be changing her mind about that? Has she received enough pressure to change her stance? What's going on with Calabash, I believe it is?
Hello?
Hello, is this Calabash?
Is Ocalabound?
Okay, that's close enough.
Great show you have. You hear me all right?
We've got you loud and cleared. What's on your mind this morning?
All right, yeah, I just called and said we missed you while you were off the air. Last time I called you was 2011. I just really appreciate your show.
It's been 10 years. 10 years since you've checked in, huh?
Yeah, it's been 10 years. Last time I called was something that Brooklyn was saying, and I chimed in on what he had to say. Okay. But I was listening since 2004. I run teams with my wife, and I just
figure it's time to call you once again and tell you a great show.
Well, I'm glad you were able to find us and join us once again. Tell your friends and get the whole gang back together.
Yeah, I Googled it. I tried to find where you went. I knew you weren't going to be off the air for very long, so I Googled it. The best part is really your weather reports. You can't find anywhere that are so precise. I just appreciate it all.
All right. Ocala bound. Good to hear from you. Well, thank you so much. And give us a call anytime. Let me see here. Eskimo Mom says, heads up on I-71 southbound, mile marker 18. This is in Kentucky. First responders clearing up a trailer, I guess it is. Had a trailer fire. So the right lane is closed there. All right, so 71 southbound, 18-mile marker. Be aware, emergency responders on the scene. Slow it down. Who else we got here? Chris checking in. Good morning, Steve. Steve Sommers listeners. It's the late shift nurse checking in. Chris, have a good night. Be safe out there on the roads. Big Moose says, keep your foot high on the pedal. Never mind them brakes. Okay. He's rolling this morning. Russell, happy Friday. Good morning, Steve. Checking in from West Virginia. JS, good morning. 64 here in Grand Isle, Nebraska. Enjoying the show, as always. Junior, morning, Steve, in Decatur, Illinois. Headed to Grand Haven, Michigan, 76 degrees here. And let me see here. Brain Dead, I got you coming up next. Chevy Guy, Horse Feathers on the line. And a couple lines available. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden has announced that Israel and Hamas have agreed to a ceasefire after 11 days of war. He said he's been in frequent contact with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
We've held intensive high-level discussions, hour by hour, literally. Egypt, the Palestinian Authority, and other Middle Eastern countries, with the aim of avoiding the sort of prolonged conflict we've seen in previous years when the hostilities have broken out.
He expressed hopes that the ceasefire would pave the way towards a lasting peace. Earlier at the White House, Biden signed into law a bill to stop hate crimes against Asian Americans.
My message to all of those of you who are hurting is we see you. And the Congress has said we see you. And we are committed to stop the hatred and the bias.
This is USA Radio News.
If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS and you cannot afford to make payments to the IRS, you may qualify for the CNC tax program. This is a new program, and if you qualify, you won't make any payments to the IRS while in this program. Once you're accepted into this program, the IRS is forced to stop all harassing collection activities. No threatening phone calls, no wage garnishments, no bank levies, and no more monthly payments to the IRS. Get ready to write this number down. It's the most important number you'll ever need to end your IRS tax nightmare. Call Paramount Tax Relief at 800-547-4804 for a free confidential consultation to find out if you qualify for the CNC tax program. Once you are accepted into the CNC tax program, you won't make any payments to the IRS while in this program. Call Paramount Tax Relief now at 800-547-4804. That's 800-547-4804. Again, 800-547-4804. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hey, Friday means Dumbass of the Week nominees. Got the list before me here, brain dead. How we doing?
Well, do you want the truth or a lie, Steve? Because I can tell you both.
Okay, well, hopefully you're doing all right.
I am exhausted. This whole bridge shutdown has literally been bumping my 14 hours every day. Like yesterday, I had to go through, get off at Brinkley, go down through Helena, West Helena, make it back to the yard. And by the time I dropped my set out and finished all my paperwork, turned and did what I had to do, I was literally 5 minutes away from my 14 hours from Little Rock.
Wow.
And my cut time in Little Rock is 5 in the morning. So, yeah, yesterday was a crazy day. I'll be glad when we can get the bridge open, the new bridge back open again. They're talking about 2 months. They started doing some work this past day with some scaffolding. I don't know if you hit on that yet or not, because I've been kind of tied up talking to the dingbat. They started working on some of that, so they're talking about a couple of months before they get that back open again. But I did read something kind of interesting on WMC's site. The same bridge inspector that passed this bridge also passed 9 other large or heavily traveled bridges in the state of Arkansas. Highway 49, which is the Helena West Helena Bridge, is one of them. So they're kind of concerned now about those bridges. So imagine what would happen if they have to shut down that bridge on top of the 40 bridge. That's really going to throw a monkey wrench into things.
What's your average delay time right now when you're trying to cross that bridge on any given day? What, you're losing 2 hours or?
It depends. An hour to 2 hours plus.
Wow.
It's like when I hit it's like when I'm coming back Coming into Arkansas is maybe 15 minutes, maybe 15, 30 minutes, maybe. But going into Tennessee, it's an hour plus. And my terminal manager told us straight out, do not go any back roads, stay on the interstate unless absolutely necessary. And what I have is next day shipments. Literally, my trailer's really smoking going down the road. I have to be in the door like right now. I'm running a little bit behind because of truck issues today. But anyway, if there's like an accident on the roadway, I can go around it. But I just can't go out of route just to go out of route. And I told him about that route because my roommate also works in the line haul, and he was getting held up for 2 hours coming back in out of Dallas on his bid from time to time. So he told me about that route, and I told my terminal manager. He says, well, check it out and tell me about it. So Tuesday when I come in, because today is my Thursday, I literally almost ran into the terminal manager in the yard, and he asked me about it. I said, it's not a bad road. If it's backed up to a certain point, I would go ahead and run it. And yesterday, I seen it was backed up all the way through West Memphis, and it was backed up all the way to where the old scale house is on I-40, where 70 and 40 would split off. And I went around it. The driver that comes in behind me, we left pretty much the same time. I beat him into the yard by an hour.
So that makes for some long days, doesn't it?
It surely does. And when I went back across the bridge towards the house, they had traffic backed up on Broadway, which Broadway and 55 parallel one another through town. And they had it backed up all the way from where the truck stops are all the way to the railroad crossing, which is a good 3 to 4 miles. Solid trucks and cars.
Wow.
And the traffic was just horrible yesterday. I don't know what happened. I mean, the guy that I shared the truck with on this run, he goes to Paragould and back, and he was running late getting back because he said that the traffic on 55 coming out of Paragould was horrible.
So they're talking probably 2 months of this ongoing.
At least. And I mean, it's, last year we had coronavirus, toilet paper shortages, and murder hornets. This year we have gas shortages and a bridge about to collapse. What's next, Steve?
Yep.
So, but other than that, I got to get in here and drop my trailer out. Shoot. Oh yeah, by the way, Melvin took me and Dingbat over to his church Sunday, Steve.
Oh yeah?
And it's not one of those great big one of those great big churches, like what's that one that has the big butter Jesus over there? Not that kind of size church. Look, it's one a lot smaller, more friendlier. And the Reverend was at the door, right, greeting people coming in.
Yeah.
Said, Melvin, we hadn't seen you in a while. How you been? He said, well, I hadn't been doing too bad. He said, well, it's not Easter or Christmas. Are you sure you're still believing with the Lord and all that? He says, yeah, I just enrolled in the Secret Service. Have a good morning, Steve.
All righty. Thank you much. Let me see here. Punch over. It is Friday, right? And I mentioned our Dumbass of the Week nominees. Let's start off in the Sunshine State. Of course. I don't think we've ever had a DA of the Week nomination that did not include a woman from Florida or a man from Florida. This is the Boca Raton woman arrested earlier in the week on child neglect and hit-and-run charges. Allegedly let a 5-year-old in her car drive. 5 years old. A Chevy Equinox. The police report reveals the child crashed into bushes and then a minivan. As a witness took photographs, which were later turned over to police. As we first reported, Natalia Kahunik is charged with hit-and-run, child neglect, and resisting an officer. The narrative of the police report, which was redacted to protect the child, the official language written by the Boca Raton police officer who responded to the scene of the crash and ultimately arrested her on multiple charges. I responded to South Federal Highway in reference to a hit-and-run crash. Upon arrival, I met with witnesses who advised she was on the second floor in front of her apartment when she saw a white female juvenile that looked to be 4 or 5 years old in the driver's seat of a Chevy Equinox. Witness stated she could see the vehicle move forward into the bushes and then reverse several times, so she went downstairs to check on the juvenile. When she approached the vehicle, she made contact with a woman later identified as Natalia Kahunik. Kahunik told her that the child was in the passenger seat, fine. So she went back upstairs. She took pictures, and shortly after, she could see the vehicle reverse at high speed into the parked minivan. Kahunik then got out of the passenger seat and put the child in the child seat and left the scene of the accident. Okay. I don't know, was she looking to teach her how to drive at the age of 5? All right, about 15 before the hour. Chevy guy, what's happening this morning?
Which only goes to prove they don't improve with age. All right. Lori Lightfoot, bless her heart, you gotta go with this because she's not that far out of the ballpark. But you've had like colleges, you've got black organizations, and they want their own dorms. They don't want no white people in the dorms. I'm not sure about the Hispanic. They're pushing all this stuff. It's in a way sort of comforts me. That means that my daddy, who was my father was an extreme racist. I mean, if you weren't German, you weren't nothing. But you got to realize he served in the Navy in the World War II. My uncles did too. World War II, the heavy German name. So it took a lot of heat back then. So they had a lot of anger. But you know what? I had to turn away from my raising. Part of that was got stuck in an orphanage, alcohol. And by the way, Daddy wasn't totally against other race. He ended up married my mama, who was had a full-blooded Cherokee grandmother. So my great-grandmother's full-blooded Cherokee. She was Irish and English. So apparently he wasn't totally against other races, but if other than German. So, but the thing is, Lori Lightfoot is just making the Jim Crow laws look. Hey, guess what? It's just not a white thing, it's a shame. Lori Lightfoot is not living Martin Luther King's dream. These others are not living Martin Luther King's dream because his dream was, and I think I'm the answer to Martin Luther King's dream. The sons of slave owners and the sons of slaves play together. I mean, I look at my high school, my football team, and all this. I have friends, and I don't remember racial issues. It was, we were the team, His uniform was the same color as mine, and that was it. I had friends come over the house. This stuff, it seems so foreign to me. I had to reject my father and his way of thinking. And now I'm 64 years old, and it looks like got a lot of people out there want to go back to that time. And I got news for Miss Lightfoot. There's a lot of white folks that agree with you, honey. They wouldn't want to talk to you.
Yeah, right.
So here we go. Here we go again. Oh, Joe Biden up there. I get up there. I'm drinking my coffee this morning. Joe Biden's up there. PBS News Hour, So, hey, we're paying for it. I might as well enjoy it now and then. He's up there, and I'm getting ready to hit the clicker and talk about the negotiations with Israel and all this stuff, and the ceasefire and all this. Bernie Sanders, Jewish.
Yes.
Bernie Sanders wanting to cut funding to military supplying Israel. That's a head scratcher. But here's my answer. You want, with all the BS that comes down to fight, here's what it is. Hezbollah finally agreed to cease fire because they ran out of freaking missiles, what they done. So they got to have a little time and keep Israel from hitting them so they can bring some more
resupply.
missiles
They got to
into the
get
country.
Iran to resupply them. Yep.
There you go. And, after they talked to the Israeli Lieutenant General, and he's explaining, like we said earlier this week, they say, hey, we're going to take out this building because Hezbollah's working out of there, and tell them to get out of there because it's going to be gone. Finally, they go over to this young 24-year-old woman. She's supposed to be a social activist in Gaza. And and I can't believe what this PBS NewsHour, it wasn't Ain't on Tour or whatever it is, a replacement. That was her show. But she asked her, she come out and asked her, said, after this young 24-year-old woman was talking about how Israel was striking schools and homes and all this stuff. The woman actually asked, she was talking about how there's poverty and hunger. And the woman asked this young 24-year-old, did you all not, y'all voted in Hezbollah. They getting money in. They seem to get enough money to bring in 4,000 missiles.
Yep.
But they can't seem to distribute the wealth to the people. And that young woman just absolutely brushed that off and just turned it around and just started accusing Israel again. I don't blame that young woman. You want to know why? She can't speak freely. She will be dead by morning if she hadn't said what she said. If she even made an ounce of acknowledgement of Israel's justification to defend itself, she would have been dead. And I wish the woman interviewed. Hey, I thank God she asked the question. And she come up and confronted her. I mean, does not Hezbollah have responsibility for the deaths in her own town because they were shooting first? I thank God for that question. But man, I just wish I wish he would have confronted her after that silly little tirade she went on, and then asked her, "Are you free to speak? Or are you afraid to die if you tell the truth?"
Right.
So, and other than that, earlier today, I believe it was the other Steve come on there and was talking about flying saucers, and we, foolish to think there isn't other highly intelligent races out there. But like I said earlier, they may be highly intelligent, but according to their crash record on this planet, they can't drive any better than us. How about it? Okay, I'm going to sit back, copy the mail, and enjoy the show. 10-4.
Gotcha.
Over.
Thanks for
Out.
checking in. Over. Yep. Eagle was talking earlier about the mask mandates. And, old Dr. Fauci, he's coming under some fire as of late. I don't know if you've been paying attention. You know, we never got to do a full investigation as to the origins of the COVID-19. And apparently now the House Intelligence Committee released a report this week saying there is, quote, significant circumstantial evidence that the outbreak of COVID-19 came from a leak at the Wuhan Institute of Virology and that the United States government may have partially funded it. Lawmakers want the federal government to put more pressure on China to allow a full, credible investigation. A report was released on Wednesday by committee ranking member Devin Nunes and Republican members. The report says it's crucial for health experts and the government to understand how this virus originated so they can prevent or quickly mitigate future pandemics. International efforts to discover the true source have been stymied by a lack of cooperation from China. Nevertheless, significant circumstantial evidence raises serious concerns that the COVID outbreak may have been a leak from the Wuhan Institute of Virology. They cited China's history of research lab leaks resulting in infections, as well as notices from American diplomats in China as far back as 2017, saying the Wuhan lab was carrying out dangerous research on coronaviruses without taking necessary safety protocols, raising the risk of an accidental outbreak. They also noted during the fall of 2019, several researchers in the lab were sickened with COVID-like symptoms. They also pointed to the country's military involvement in the Wuhan lab. By contrast, little circumstantial evidence has emerged to support China's claim that it was a natural occurrence, jumping from some other species to human. Rather, they said Chinese officials have failed to identify the original species that allegedly spread the virus to humans, which is critical in their zoonotic transfer history, or theory, I should say. And there are clear signs that U.S. government agencies and institutions may have actually funded or collaborated in gain-of-function research at that lab. Research was published even after the U.S. government had paused these kinds of studies in the United States due to ethical concerns over their biowarfare applicability and the potential to accidentally unleash a pandemic, which I full well believe is exactly what happened. Will we ever get to the truth of the story? Probably not. Nunes and other committee members have previously written to President Biden and Director of National Intelligence, saying the intelligence community has not properly updated what processes they undertook to make seemingly authoritative statements early in the pandemic about the origins. Yeah, those conclusions that are all now undoubtedly in question. We don't really know how many members of Congress have been vaccinated. I think it's an overwhelming majority, but apparently they don't have to say whether they have or not. And even with the majority having been vaccinated, Nancy Pelosi is still mandating that they wear a mask when they're on the House floor. Georgia Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene refusing to wear a mask on the House floor. She got a warning letter from Nancy Pelosi. Uh-oh, you're in trouble, Marjorie. Marjorie said, you can't discriminate against people simply because they don't wear a mask. Today, I refused to wear a mask on the House floor, and I received a warning from Speaker Pelosi that leads to fines if I continue to refuse to wear a mask. Well, here's what I think of your warning, Speaker Pelosi, as she put the memo in the shredder. Yes, a mask mandate is still in place, despite the CDC's guidance that you don't need a mask if you've been vaccinated. 6 Republican lawmakers have been fined $500 by the Sergeant at Arms for refusing to wear a mask, including Marjorie Taylor Greene. You had Brian Mast of Florida, Marionette Miller Meeks of Iowa, Beth Van Duyne of Texas, Ralph Norman of South Carolina, Thomas Massey of Kentucky. Additional fines lead to a $2,500 fine. Now they say House members make $14,500 a month. Representative Lauren Boebert of Colorado and Louis Gohmert of Texas were given warnings earlier in the week, but they opted to wear their masks the following day. But apparently Pelosi is not budging on the mandate and says masks must be worn in chamber and committee rooms until all lawmakers are vaccinated. When do you know when they've all been vaccinated? Marjorie Taylor Greene hasn't said whether she has or hasn't been vaccinated. I would assume not, in all likelihood. Okay, with that, we'll get our news update, top of the hour. We'll come back. Horse Feathers going to be checking in. I think Eagle had some comments about Lori Lightfoot. Be interesting to see what he had. Coming from a black man, what do you think about Lori Lightfoot? I'm not going to interview anyone that's white. Incredible. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden has announced that Israel and Hamas have agreed to a ceasefire after 11 days of war. He said he's been in frequent contact with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
We've held intensive high-level discussions, hour by hour, literally. Egypt, the Palestinian Authority, and other Middle Eastern countries, with the aim of avoiding the sort of prolonged conflict we've seen in previous years when the hostilities have broken out.
He expressed hopes that the ceasefire would pave the way towards a lasting peace. Earlier at the White House, Biden signed into law a bill to stop hate crimes against Asian Americans.
My message to all of those of you who are hurting is we see you. And the Congress has said we see you. And we are committed to stop the hatred and the bias.
This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
The House has narrowly approved a $1.9 billion security upgrade for the U.S. Capitol in response to the January 6th attack. The chamber voted 213 to 212 in favor of the spending bill, with Democratic members of the so-called squad putting the legislation in chamber. In addition to upgrading security, the money would cover costs associated with the damage caused by the riot, during which supporters of former President Trump broke windows and vandalized the interior of the Capitol. The man charged with killing a University of Iowa student while she was out for a run in 2018 confessed to the crime. During his murder trial, Brooklyn, Iowa officer Pamela Romero said Christian Rivera couldn't remember any of the details of the killing. Rivera had initially denied he'd ever met Molly Tibbetts when he was questioned 1 month after her disappearance. He pled not guilty to first-degree murder. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
Some big changes are happening at Microsoft. USA Radio's Lance Pry explains.
Microsoft announced it plans to largely retire its Internet Explorer browser. The software giant on Wednesday said its Internet Explorer 11 desktop application, the current version, will no longer be supported starting June 15th of next year for certain versions of the company's Windows software. Microsoft Browser Push now is centered on Edge, and if you've ever tried to remove Edge from a Windows operating system, you will understand it's nearly impossible. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Voters in 5 counties in eastern Oregon have urged county officials to begin to promote border relocation and join Idaho. The counties, Malheur, Sherman, Grant, Baker, and Lake, join Jefferson and Union counties, whose voters have applied to join Idaho last year in their planned succession to what is going to be called Greater Idaho. The group Move Oregon's Border for a Greater Idaho is behind the effort. In addition to rural eastern Oregon, the planned area would also encompass parts of northeastern California. Last year, a drive to, quote, seek refuge from the blue states was stalled from COVID-19. Any change in the state's boundaries would require a ratification by the Oregon legislature, which is controlled by Democrats. From there, Oregon and Idaho would have to sign a formal agreement, which would then have to be ratified by Congress. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So the buzz all over social media. People sharing photos of cicadas emerging from the ground all over Maryland. And a story out of Baltimore. With the temperatures near 90 this week, the cicada tsunami is coming. Depending on where you live, they say they may have already been crawling all over the trees and sidewalks. In some places, they're still hiding in the grass. But that is about to end. Brood 10 cicadas have been slow to appear because of the below normal temperatures we saw last week. But experts said as of Wednesday, you're going to see them everywhere and they're going to begin the chirping. One local meteorologist shared a few fun facts in a tweet. She says there can be as many as 750,000 cicadas per acre. All right, they are harmless. They do not bite. They do not sting. They're just more of a nuisance. One professor tells WJZ they are a great source of protein, and eating them is good for the environment. She said they taste like shrimp once they're cooked. Another fun fact. I didn't know that. They have 5 eyes. That is correct. 3 eyes to see light and dark, and 2 eyes to see the world around them. So you look at this cicada. Yeah, you see them little red beady eyes. Those are eyes, but then they've got those. You can see the 2 black eyes behind the red eyes. I don't know where the 5th eye is. Okay, fun facts. Are they chirping yet in your neck of the woods?
Morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Not yet. Not yet. The wife did find one in the bedroom closet.
Oh yeah.
Don't know how that got there, but so anyway, yeah, I don't know. So how are you supposed to follow the grump? I think you ought to just close the show down and be done there, since the grump was on there, right? That was pretty interesting there, what he had to say there all the time there. So anyway, I don't know. Hey, can you put me on hold and bring me back in a couple minutes here? I got to jump out the truck here for a couple minutes.
All right, taking care of business, as they say. All right, return to queue. Back in line. Yes, Eagle, you hanging in there?
Yeah. I had to get back in. I just heard the news with the guy who called in after me with the news on Lori Lightfoot. You know how I feel about her, and you know how I feel about Chicago situation. Hey, let me tell you something, Steve. Not only is Lori Lightfoot the dumbest mayor in the United States of America, you already know she's the ugliest. That woman there, if you think about her at night, you probably have a nightmare on Elm Street. That's like, I think you said it a couple of weeks ago. She's got to be the ugliest woman I've ever seen in my life.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, she's not a pretty sight at all. Like I say, she ought to be kicked out of Chicago just on looks alone, let alone her stupidity. But you know something, Steve? I've been talking to you about the situation in Chicago for years now, with the death rate on any given weekend. We're coming up on the Memorial Day weekend in Chicago. No telling how many individuals are going to get shot over that weekend. I talked to you a couple of weeks ago about a little 3 or 4 year old girl being gunned down in a McDonald's drive-through window, minding her own business in the back seat of her car, all the gang violence. Lori Lightfoot, instead of worrying about if a white man shows up to interview you, why don't you try to stop the gun violence? Why don't you stop trying to kids getting gunned down in the streets and all the murder rate? Why don't you concern something that really matters instead of being a racist? And that's exactly what she is a racist. She's a black racist. You know something, Steve? A lot of black people seem to feel like only white people can be racist. But I got bad news for you, Lori Lightfoot, and people like you. Black people are also racist too. And that's coming from a black man. And that's exactly what you are, Lori Lightfoot. Because I promise you, if a white mayor would have said the same thing, that he wouldn't allow black reporters in to interview him, I wonder if he would be considered a racist. What do you think, Steve?
100% unequivocally, yes, you would be considered a racist.
Yes, he would be considered. And so if a white man can be considered a racist for saying that, why can't she be considered a racist? Because that's exactly what she is when you say that you're denying white people access to interview you. And you know something else, Steve, that I heard? I forgot to tell you this on Monday, and this was some of the best news that I've heard in 2021. And Donald Trump predicted it while he was in the White House. And guess what? It actually came true. They're trying to keep it undercover. They're trying to say that this loser, and he's another racist, they're trying to say that he decided to leave CNN television on his own, as Donald Trump called him the dumbest man in television, and that's Don Lemon. I was so happy to hear that guy was no longer employed with CNN, and Donald Trump said it himself. When he leaves the White House, their ratings were going to go in the tank because they have absolutely nothing to talk about on a nightly basis like they did when Trump was in the White House. So good riddance, CNN. You got rid of Don Lemon. Hopefully Chris Cuomo will be next, and then CNN. the whole network will be disconnected, and we won't have to listen to that garbage that they come on television with night after night. So the way I see it is good riddance CNN, and definitely good riddance Don Lemon. Have fun in the unemployment line, and I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, thank you for checking back in, Eagle. Yeah, good to get that perspective. We were talking a little bit ago about the virus emanating from the lab in Wuhan, right? Yeah, more and more, it's looking like that was indeed the reality. I think most of us with common sense realize, yeah, it didn't come from some wet market that was nearby the lab. Now, here's another PolitiFact is the publication. Yeah, back in September of last year, they did their fact check, and they labeled it, pants on fire, liar, liar, or untrue, of a Hong Kong virologist claiming that the virus that causes COVID-19 is man-made and released purposely by the Chinese government into the population. The fact check currently exists in archived form, with an editor's note dated May 17 of 2021. In other words, they just removed it this week, explaining the reason for the removal. When this fact check was first published in September 2020, our sources included researchers who asserted the SARS-CoV-2 could not have been manipulated. Well, that assertion is now widely disputed. For that reason, we are removing this fact check from our database, pending a more thorough review. Currently, we consider the claim to be unsupported. In the original fact check, though, Li Mengyan, a virologist and former postdoctoral fellow at the University of Hong Kong, is quoted in an appearance on Fox News as saying, quote, "I can present solid scientific evidence to our audience that this virus actually is not from nature. It is a man-made virus created in the lab." She then asserted that she has evidence, the Chinese government released the virus on purpose. She did not present that evidence on there. That story went to social media sites. It was flagged as false by Facebook, by Instagram, which partners with PolitiFact. The Daily Caller that first reported the retraction noted that PolitiFact's original fact check linked to a statement from the journal Nature Medicine from March of 2020 in which 5 virologists said the virus that causes COVID showed no signs of being purposefully manipulated in a laboratory. But the caller noted, longtime New York Times science reporter wrote in May that despite the Nature Medicine statement being full of absurdly large holes and grounded in nothing but inconclusive speculation, it successfully convinced the world's press that the COVID could not have escaped from a lab. In other words, that pretty much anyone that said it came out of a lab had been shut down or cancel cultured. And anyone that, now, PolitiFact retracted the fact check after it published a story on Monday about the origins of the virus that admitted, hey, well, some virologists, including Rutgers University professor Richard Ebright, said there is scientific evidence to support a lab accident origin of COVID-19. The gain-of-function experiments on bat-based coronaviruses to create viruses not found in nature. Some of that work funded by the National Institutes of Health. They don't have the solid evidence that such work led to the creation of the COVID-19. PolitiFact offered no further comment to the Daily Caller. It's like after a year plus, so yeah, the house of cards, I guess you'd say, is kind of collapsing on the false narrative that had been laid out by China. Yeah, why else would China not want to allow any U.S. Scientific community into it to help investigate the origins? They didn't want the World Health Organization. They didn't want anyone in there to investigate. It's all been a big secret. Alrighty, lines available here on a Friday morning. It's 844-844-3388. Texas, Louisiana. Some good news on the horizon. Even though the risk of extreme rainfall is much lower in the coming days, there's still the potential for some additional precipitation because moisture from the Gulf continues to flow into the region. That humid air funneled into Texas and Louisiana around an area of high pressure that remained. It's still set up over the southeast. Thursday morning, we had a band of heavy rain that inundated portions of eastern and central Louisiana, an area that up until Wednesday night had actually missed out on most of the persistent rain this week. But those bands of rain are going to shift back to the west again as we head through the day Friday. In other words, the threat for rounds of rain will actually continue over western Louisiana and eastern Texas through Saturday before the drier conditions finally move in. Unfortunately, the area of heaviest rain between now and Saturday is going to focus on the areas that have already been doused over and over again this week. This week, widespread rainfall amounts 4 to 8 inches stretched from the Gulf Coast, places like Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Houston, Texas, as far inland as Dallas, Oklahoma City, and Little Rock, Arkansas. We did see flooding, high water rescues, closed roadways, 5 dead amid the flooding. Beaumont, Texas, and Lake Charles, Louisiana, among the hardest hit areas. Both of those cities picked up more than 14 inches of rainfall since Sunday. Another 2 to 4 inches of rain could be possible in this area today and Saturday, exacerbating the ongoing flooding disaster. So more flooding of roadways, especially those near waterways, will continue. They continue to urge motorists to avoid driving through flooded roadways. Follow the turn around, don't drown narrative. After Saturday, the forecast is likely to improve. But not all the storm's impacts are going to dwindle. As we end the weekend and go into early next week, showers and thunderstorms are going to fire up, especially in the afternoons. It's not going to be constant like it was this week. But given how saturated the ground is, just a quick downpour could lead to flooding very easily. All right, even after the torrential downpours come to an end this weekend, problems are not going to be going away anytime soon. Some areas over the south central states, the most long-lasting impact is going to be river flooding, which is forecast to persist in some areas probably through much of next week, before we begin to see waters getting back down below flood stage. Let's check back in, see if Horse Feather is y'all set to roll now.
Yeah, I'm back in the truck now. I just had to make a quick exchange there, so we're good to go. So do I get to choose my radio show host that I want to interview with? Is there a specific one I can choose from, or...
No. At this point in time, I'm what you get. So,
what happens if I don't like it? I guess I'm what they call that, SOL, right?
Why don't you call Lori Lightfoot?
Yeah, there you go. I'm sure she'd be just willing to want to talk to me, wouldn't she?
Oh, wait a minute. No, you're a white male. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah. I guess we can scrap that idea. Anyways, yeah. So I was listening to the show there from the Hot Shot Secret studio there, the one up in Mount Gilead there that they do every Thursday.
Right, well, live from from the Hot Shot Secret headquarters.
They got this rumor going around that next Friday you're going to have 100 shows on the air. Did you know that?
I hadn't been counting. Is that what we're up to? I meant to tune in this past. I think I hit the hay about that time. They were supposed to be introducing a brand new product. Did they get to that today?
Yeah, I was just skimming through it. So if they were, I missed that though. But I'll have to go back and listen to it again because I was just going through the replay and just kind of checking things out. And I wanted to see because I knew they had the thing upcoming on the racing this weekend there. So I wanted to kind of see what the preview was for the racing and that. And,
okay.
And in the midst of that, they highlighted that your show's on every night and that you something about next Friday. It's supposed to be show number 100.
Wow, how about that?
So, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. Okay.
Yeah. So and anyways, I don't know what else we got going tonight here. We talked about the cicadas a little bit, so I guess they're going to be coming out in full force here. So get your window cleaning supplies out there to be able to take care of that. I don't know what they do for flights. I don't know how much they fly around, but you were talking about where you were back 17 years ago, and that was when we first moved to Maryland. I mean, we were introduced to Maryland and cicadas all in the first year there. The wife had gotten down there at the beginning of January, and I got down here in March after we got done the process of selling the house and everything up in upstate New York there outside Rochester. And so we got down here and we got introduced to cicadas there very, very first summer we were down here. And so that's how long we've been here. And so now we got them back again.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yep.
So, what was it? There was something that was on the news. Flight pilots, did you hear that? I heard something about airline pilots, that there's a pilot shortage. They're trying to get things back online, and there's actually a pilot shortage. And did you realize that pilots can only fly to the age of 65 for commercial airlines?
Really? I did not know that.
I didn't realize they had I didn't realize they had a cap on the age that they can only fly until 65. Now, I don't know if it's their 65th birthday or if they can fly the whole year they're 65. Of course, that would make a little difference on how many pilots they have and don't have. But I know they have a lot of the same hours of service and restrictions and crap that we have to follow. But I thought that was kind of interesting that there's an age limit on pilots. But the other thing they were talking about flying was that a lot of businesses have figured out that their business people with all this COVID deal going on, that they don't need to send them places to do meetings. They can now do them virtually on Zoom or this Teams thing they have on, I guess it's Microsoft or something. I don't know, whatever the deal is. But they don't places. So the amount of air travel that's being done by the business class is diminished. So guess what that's going to do to ticket prices, because you don't have all the business people flying, or all the people that want to fly, to do their vacations and stuff. Guess what that's going to do to their ticket prices when they want to go down to the Mouse House and visit Mickey? You think the prices of the airline tickets are going to go up because there's less people flying?
Yeah, I imagine it will.
Yeah. So I guess that's another downfall to that. But the other problem is that I've heard some rumblings there from the business people that they aren't getting all we get to go to Las Vegas for our convention and, to go travel here and get wined and dined and smoothed and, do all their golf outings and all that, because they have to stay wherever they work at and do their meetings either from home or the office or whatever. And they aren't getting to go places to get all their freebies and all their extras and all that stuff. So it'd be interesting to see how the world starts to come back from this. Oh, did we decide it was a man-made virus now that Now we've decided that.
It's not definitive at this point, but yeah, I mean, everything, strong circumstantial evidence, leading them to believe that. So,
yeah, and then I heard on your news there was some deal there that Biden passed a law there for taking care of the Asian people now that we got
hate crime, yeah.
Are we going to have to give them retro? I always forget what word that is. That hand people money for the things that happened to them. We had all those Asian Americans back there in the late 30s, early 40s, during the 1940s. Didn't they put them in detention centers while something like called the World War II was going on?
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to have to give them money for that because we were mean to them then? And don't forget the Chinese. The Chinese got brought over here to build all the railroads across this country. I imagine a lot of those people didn't come here under their own will, and they were paid, I don't know what, 2 or 3 cents a week for working 20-hour days, putting wood and iron on the ground to have the iron horses go back and forth across the country. Don't we have to give them money for that? So. I think we got a lot more people we got to look into giving money to. There's got to be a lot more out there than what we've given it to so far. So I think we can come up with a couple more $2 trillion packages, can't we, to start giving out to more groups?
Sure, why not? Yeah.
Just write a check, right? No problem. Just write a check.
Just keep the printing presses going. That's what we've been doing, isn't it? Just print more money, print.
There you go. So now that I've tried to stir everybody up there, we'll see what happens with the rest of your show, right?
I think we can just continue printing money until we run out of paper. Isn't that the way it works? All right. Hey, Horse Feathers, good to hear from you. Have a great weekend. We got to get a quick news break in here. It's 844-844-3388. Back to your calls after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Israel and Hamas have agreed to a ceasefire, which halts a bruising 11-day war that caused widespread destruction in the Gaza Strip and brought much of life in Israel to a standstill. More than 200 people are confirmed dead. Biden said a lot of people pitched in to help make it happen.
Over the last 11 days, I've spoken with the Prime Minister 6 times. I've also spoken with President Abbas of the Palestinian Authority more than once, and part of our intense diplomatic engagement. And I want to also thank the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, our National Security Advisor, and everyone on our team for their incredible efforts to bring this outcome that we're about to see.
In La Jolla, California, 1 person is dead and 8 people are injured after an apparent migrant smuggling attempt went wrong at Wipeout Beach. Lifeguards say they rescued 10 people in rough waters. This is USA Radio News.
If your loved one has passed away due to COVID-19, pay close attention to this message. You could be entitled to a death benefit of over $300,000. The U.S. government has set up a fund to pay families relief if they've lost a loved one due to COVID-19. We know this is a hard time for you, and this fund has been set up by the federal government to help ease your pain. The compensation includes a death benefit and lost wages benefit. Time is limited, so we urge you to make a free phone call right now. There's no cost to you for this claim. All legal fees are only covered once you receive your money. So if you've lost a loved one due to COVID-19, call the legal helpline right now to find out if you qualify for a cash award. Here's our number: 800-923-9018, 800-923-9018, 800-923-9018. That's 800-923-9018. Paid for by the IPG Law Group.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue DEF Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hey, I hope your Friday's off to a good start. Still a Thursday night out on the West Coast. And we'll be into a Friday here in about 25 minutes. There we go. So we all got a little education on ransomware. Colonial Pipeline attack. Most of us had heard of it previously, but apparently it's a hell of a lot more common than most of us might actually even realize. I guess it was divulged this past day that the U.S. insurance giant CNA Financial Corporation actually coughed up a whopping $40 million in late March to regain control of their network after a ransomware attack. $40 million. Now, if an insurance company is going to pay $40 million, you would have thought with the impacts on the pipeline that, the hackers in that case, it was just under $5 million. CNA Financial paid the hackers about 2 weeks after a trove of company data was stolen. Officials were locked out of their network. In a statement, CNA spokesperson said the company followed the law. We consulted and shared intelligence about the attack and the hacker's identity with the FBI and the Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Assets Control, which said last year that facilitating ransom payments to hackers could pose sanctions risks. In a security incident update published here a few days ago, it said it did not believe the systems of record, claims systems, or underwriting systems where the majority of policyholder data, including policy terms and coverage, was stored or impacted by the breach. CNA Financial Corporation recently hired Susan Stone from Marsh LLC is general counsel and executive vice president. Several months after losing their former top lawyer, but $40 million. So apparently, they were locked out of their system for 2 weeks. I guess they were left with no alternative but to pay the ransom. Good morning, Larry.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I always get an education when I come in early and listen to all the callers, and I got sitting at my desk kind of listening to everything that's going on and seeing the video. Outstanding. Hey, I did want to kind of touch base on the vaccination issues. And certainly everybody has their opinion. They're entitled to their opinion. I get it. But I guess I'm not sure how to say it. I don't want to step on toes, but at the same token, this virus is real. Now, having said that, I'm talking about medical professionals in and around the Cincinnati area that I'm very, very familiar with, who work in the COVID wards every day, who work as EMS, first responders, police and fire, and it's real. Now, I can tell you that I know 4 nurses that have held hands of patients that are dying from COVID. They're on respirators. Now, I also know that there's a tremendous amount of numbers that people allegedly died of COVID when they actually died of cancer or some other thing, but it was listed as a COVID death.
Mm-hmm.
That's the part of the whole scenario that I think has got the public just out of whack as far as the numbers go. But my point being is that, and I've said this before, I know these people are dealing with PTSD. When you go to bed at night and you're thinking about the person that died this week, last week, or the people that have died in your hands because of COVID, that is extremely stressful. Now, to think about the vaccines, the thing that I've learned in talking to medical professionals here in the Louisville area, as well as Cincinnati, this virus vaccination, this process has been in the works for 15 years. When the SARS virus first came around, this practice, in other words, this developmental practice of the virus has been around for 15 years. This particular strain of the virus, way back stemming from the SARS and everything else that's happened, isn't new. Now, the only reason that the vaccines currently are listed as experimental, because even though 15 years later, this situation is new, they haven't had the data or the time allowed to actually take it from being an experiment to being certified, if you will. Now, people that are not interested in getting the vaccine, I get it. But when folks are telling people not to get the vaccine, I'm afraid they're not dealing with all the information that's available about the vaccine. Yep, it's a personal choice, but make sure you have all of the facts that are available. Make sure you understand that this has been in development for 15 years, not just yesterday, not just last year. So without stepping on any toes, I kind of wanted to share that little tidbit of information.
Yeah, I think, for many, the biggest thing, as you said, the fact that it's still just experimental. Really, realistically, everyone that's taken it is part of an experiment right now.
Mm-hmm. And what I'm being told is that this is going to sound like, one death is too many. I understand that. But the amount of deaths that have occurred because of a backlash to the virus is minimal, and it's because of other contributory factors, not just the vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
But again, one death is too many, whether it's your loved one, my loved one, or any human. I get that. I'm very compassionate about life in general. But I also think that These people that are, offering money to get people to take the vaccine. I don't think we necessarily have to condemn that, because in my opinion, their heart is in the right place to save lives.
I know, it all makes sense to me, and that's why I say everybody has their personal choice.
Hey, exactly, because I had COVID in July of last year. I was tested to have the antibodies. When I talked to medical professionals here in Louisville, Kentucky, and Cincinnati, and I said, I'm not sure if I'm going to get the vaccine, I was encouraged by both and educated by both about the development process of this vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I went ahead and took the Moderna. Yes. After each shot, the next day I was lethargic. I just kind of laid around. But if that's the price I got to pay to make sure I don't get the virus again, then I'm okay with it. And the other thing is that the tracking, I remember when I was asked by a host of people when I had the virus in July last year, they said, so where do you think you got it? So I got tired of being asked a question and trying to come up with an answer. So I finally said, licking the doorknobs at Thornton's gas station.
Yep, that'll do it. That'll do it.
Hey, as always, enjoy the show. And all the callers, I love to hear everybody's opinions and comments. Eagle, Big Moose, I know I'm going to forget names, but just really a cast of characters that I love to listen to every day, even though the days I don't call in. Have a great day, Steve. Maybe I'll touch base a little bit before 5.
Always appreciate your input, Larry. You do the same. Have a great morning, right? Let me see here. That's pretty interesting. A little story. The mouse infected with a lab-created type of SARS coronavirus was squirming upside down, dangling by its tail, as a scientist carried it to a weighing container one day in February of 2016. That mundane task turned dangerous in seconds inside the North Carolina laboratory, which was drawn scrutiny for its partnership on similar research with China's Wuhan Institute of Virology. In that moment, it wasn't enough that the experiment was taking place inside a biosafety level 3 lab, the second highest security level, layered with high-tech equipment designed to keep dangerous pathogens from escaping, or that the scientist was covered head to toe in gear to protect against infection. A full bodysuit, boot covers, double gloves, plus a powered air purifying respirator. But as she carried the mouse, it climbed up its tail and bit her hard, breaking through the gloves, plunging its teeth, potentially the virus as well, into her ring finger. Then, instead of quarantining to wait for signs of infection, the scientist was allowed to go about her life in public for the next 10 days. Wearing a surgical mask, reporting her temperature twice daily, according to newly obtained records. The scientist ultimately did not become ill. But that breach in 2016 at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill's High Containment Laboratories is one of several near-miss incidents at a university in recent years involving multiple types of genetically engineered coronaviruses. While no one is suggesting that UNC created the virus that causes COVID-19 alone or with the Wuhan lab, such near misses highlight the potential risks of an infected lab worker exposing the public, even in the most secure and respected research facilities, as they search for treatments and vaccines. The university has declined to publicly disclose key details about the incidents, including the names of viruses involved, the nature of the modifications made to them, and what risks were posed to the public, contrary to the National Institute of Health guidelines. They did notify the proper oversight agencies about the incidents and took corrective action as needed. UNC said in a statement noting that its research has contributed to promising treatments for COVID-19. It's absolutely critical to understand what viruses exist in nature and how they could affect human health. The nature of breaches at UNC particularly important now as the origins of COVID-19 has killed hundreds of thousands of people worldwide and infected millions of others. There was speculation that the lab in Wuhan, where the COVID first appeared, may be responsible. That theory was dismissed by many as political blame shifting or anti-China rhetoric. But credible scientists have been concerned for years about the potential for a lab accident to actually cause a pandemic. Richard Ebright, a molecular biologist at Rutgers University, testified before Congress on lab safety issues, said that the series of incidents with coronaviruses at UNC kind of gives fuel to the possibility that the pandemic or one in the future could actually originate as a lab accident. Dating back to 2007, the Government Accountability Office has repeatedly warned that the proliferation of high-containment biosafety level 3 and 4 labs in the U.S. and around the world is increasing the risk of dangerous viruses, bacteria, or toxins being intentionally or unintentionally released from the facilities. Over the years, Congress has had multiple hearings examining numerous serious incidents in elite U.S. labs, including mishaps with anthrax, deadly smallpox, and Ebola viruses, and dangerous strains of avian flu. Interesting how that goes, but it just more and more leads to the idea that there's a very good likelihood that there was some sort of an incident at the Wuhan lab, and that's what Nunez and the intelligence community wants to fully investigate. With that, let's get back to our calls here. Who we got? Knucklebuster on the line. Happy Friday, Knucklebuster.
Thank God it's Friday, Mr. Steve Sommers there, my favorite $1 million radio, YouTube, psychiatrist, personality there, brother. Thanks for helping me out last night again. Yeah, that virus is real. The only thing that how we handled it, I think, was a bunch of baloney myself there. We've had them viruses from the 1960s, and they all come from China, Steve. So what's the deal with that? We ain't done nothing to China yet, right?
Right.
You know, punctuation is very important when you're making a statement. Say, your past will come back to haunt you. My daughter and I were talking about Alan Jackson's latest CD he just put out on the 14th, and she told me about this guy. His name is Chase Rice. He's another musician. Back in 2017, he posted on Twitter, Steve, jamming to Alan Jackson, and he used the F word for sex with a woman, but he forgot to put a comma in there, Steve, so it didn't come out too good there.
Mm-hmm.
Jamming to Alan Jackson, F and A, man, but that didn't turn out too good for him. He had to wind up redoing that thing, man. I know he had to be embarrassed there.
Yep.
And, we were talking last night about that privately owned F-16. Well, it's not an individual, but it's a corporation. And what they do is they train with the United States and Canadian Armed Forces, and they simulated dogfights with each other. I finally got around to reading the whole article there, so I thought that was pretty awesome there, man. They would, they can get up there and, I guess they play Tom Cruise and Top Gun with each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
I heard them bugs singing again. They were singing AJ's Chattahoochee. And that's, way down yonder on Chattahoochee, it gets hotter than a hoochie coochie, right?
That's right.
And then that other one was, so that other one was singing Nothing Left to Do Now That We Done It by Jackson. So, and I read they want to silence old white people, old white men, especially like me and you there. Well, I think they ain't going to silence us, Steve, but they're going to wake these old white men up, and they're going to take Toby Keith's advice, and we're going to put a boot in your ass because it's the American way. And I'll be glad when they fix that bridge over there, because I leave about 8 o'clock at night, and I'm not backed up too bad there. I usually have to slow down a little bit right there at the bridge. And then when I'm going back in, I try to hit between 12 midnight and 2 a.m. in the morning. But if you go over there in the daytime, I got a brother that comes in first thing in the morning. He's supposed to be there by 7 o'clock in the morning, but it took him till 9 yesterday morning to get to work. So, but he says he's salary, so he can't ever be late, right?
Yeah, right.
Well, let's get this old truck driving radio show on the road. Keep it going. Keep shifting them gears. We'll kick that thing up against the dash and take it to the house, and then get us some Skull Buster beers and a bottle of aspirin and just nurse our wounds from this week. Have a great morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. I'll call you later on there in the last hour so you won't be so lonely there.
That loneliest hour. Thank you there, Knuckle Buster. It's his baloney. On a more serious note, all right, with all the discussion about issues with elections, there was an election in Pennsylvania here. A number of ballots could not be scanned. It was local elections this week in a southwestern county in Pennsylvania that is triggering fresh concerns about election integrity. The ballots, mostly Republican voters in Fayette County, were missing barcodes that typically help facilitate electronic scanning. What we know at this point is that a barcode that's required to allow the paper ballots to be scanned at the polling places was missing, according to Representative Matthew Dowling. Chairman of the Fayette County Democratic Party was present when the issue started about 7 p.m., May the 18th here, just a few days ago. He said nobody initially knew what the problem was. He and others went to the County Bureau of Elections and found out it was a barcode issue. Again, the majority of them were Republican ballots. A Bureau spokeswoman declined to comment, citing it's an ongoing investigation. A hand recount was taking place this past day, Thursday. The county said in a statement that the Bureau identified and was addressing a printing issue with some of the primary election ballots, and the issue was affecting all parties, they said. Alternative solutions to the scanning issues was already established and is being enacted. We are in direct contact with judges of elections at all precincts. All judges were trained on these procedures prior to the election. Election officials will ensure every vote is counted. Republican county officials helped obtain a judicial order that directed a hand count of all unscanned ballots. So Pennsylvania was another one of those, red flag states in a lot of people's minds. When there was, the sudden infusion of hundreds of thousands of votes that came in on the wee morning hours on that November morning that turned the tide from a clear Trump victory to, hey, it looks like Joe's going to pull this one out of the hat, isn't he? And rather interesting because if you recall on election night, it was, I think it was about shortly after the midnight hour, because I was actually on the air at the time. And Joe Biden came to the podium. He was behind some 600,000 votes at that time. But he actually stood there and said, we know we've got Pennsylvania. How did he know? As I said, at that very moment, 600,000 behind in that state. That, even on my program that morning, how could you say that? Does Joe know something that we don't know? Just saying. Donut Man, how you been?
Fine. How about yourself, Steve?
Doing well. Haven't heard from you a while. Thanks for checking in.
Oh, yeah, it's been a couple weeks. I've been listening every night, though. I'm still out here listening. I just don't get a chance to call like I used to. Just those weird time things. You know how that goes.
Sure.
Trucking. Yeah. Oh, this thing with old Mayor Beetlejuice up there in Chicago, she's a real piece of work, Steve.
Yep.
I mean, remember at the beginning of the lockdowns, this is the same woman that went and got her hair done and everything while everybody was locked down and couldn't do nothing. And she has the audacity to sit up there and say, well, I represent the people. I need to look good. And I thought, it takes more than a hairstylist to make you look good. I don't think there's enough plastic surgeons in this country that can make you look good by any means. And I don't think Jack Daniels or Jim Beam could distill enough whiskey to make you look good.
It's about right.
But it's just another example of the double standard. I mean, there was a case this week, Steve, it just rattled me a little bit. It was in Dallas. An 18-year-old black kid brutally murdered a 4-year-old white kid. And barely a mention of it in the news. Now, if that would have been reversed, you know damn well that race hustler, Benjamin Crump, and his pack of poverty pimps been loading up their private jets and flying to Dallas and raising all kinds of ruckus and everything else. And then there was another one where a black woman attacked a white woman I think it was at a Little Caesars pizza place. Or something like that. And I mean, beat her. And when she was down on the ground, was stomping and kicking her and everything else. And we don't hear a word. I mean, it's like Eagle hit it right on the head. It goes both ways. I've been saying that for years. I said, I've seen just as many racist people that happen to be black as I do that happen to be white. I mean, it goes both ways, and it's both ways is wrong. I mean, I don't care, people should, like Martin Luther King said, content of your character, not the color of your skin.
Bingo.
And I can't remember if it was Grump maybe, or it might have been Eagle too, made the comment that they're not living Martin Luther King's dream and he's turning in his grave. And I'm just sitting there scratching my head like, okay, am I supposed to, my kids are going to be taught at school that this critical race theory goes through, that they're supposed to, my grandkids are supposed to feel guilty because they happen to be born white.
Yep.
Last time I looked, we were all born Americans. I don't care, what color you are or whatever. If you want to come here, there's a proper procedure to come here. And, if you want to speak whatever language or practice whatever in your house, in the privacy of your own home, that's your business. We don't care. But, when you want to come over here and then expect us to assimilate to you because you broke the law and came over here, sorry, you can kiss my ass, put your ass on a plane and send you back to where you came from. You know, if you want to come here and be an American, that's great. You know, we welcome you with open arms. But, you know, you shouldn't be rewarded for sneaking across, for breaking the law, and then expect everybody to cater to whatever you want. You know, and then I get sick of people saying, because, you know, my wife drives, you know, we drive, you know, decent cars. I mean, they're not like super fancy cars or anything. And you always get that one person, well, it must be nice. I'm like, yeah, working 13, 14 hours a day. And my wife working, you know, 8 to 10 hours a day, every day. And everything else, yeah, that's real nice. You know, we work hard for what we got, and I don't feel guilty because of what we have.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I know you worked hard for, I've known you for, I don't know how many years now.
It's been a bunch of years, hasn't it? Yeah, we're getting old there, Donut Man.
Yeah. Well, you know, I kind of look at the show now. It's kind of reminding me when I started listening to your dad back in '87. That was only like a Sunday night, Monday morning through Thursday night, Friday morning when he first started. And it was like on the weekends, it's like, what are we supposed to do? I said, but I'd be willing to bet. I always keep in the back of my mind, I'm sure Steve and the gang at Hot Shot Secrets working up something. Because, you know, it's like you got 100 shows coming up, I guess, this week, what somebody was saying. I said, I got thinking, well, yeah, he started back in January, and that sounds about right.
Yeah, January 11, I believe, was the first of from the Hot Shot Secret Bunker. That is correct. Yep. Hope I'm still here for show number 1000, right? Oh, there we go. A little bit behind. We got to get our news update here. Top of the hour has come and gone. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Israel and Hamas have agreed to a ceasefire, which halts a bruising 11-day war that caused widespread destruction in the Gaza Strip and brought much of life in Israel to a standstill. More than 200 people are confirmed dead. Biden said a lot of people pitched in to help make it happen.
Over the last 11 days, I've spoken with the Prime Minister 6 times. I've also spoken with President Abbas of the Palestinian Authority more than once, and part of our intense diplomatic engagement. And I want to also thank the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, our National Security Advisor, and everyone on our team for their incredible efforts to bring this outcome that we're about to see.
In La Jolla, California, 1 person is dead and 8 people are injured after an apparent migrant smuggling attempt went wrong at Wipeout Beach. Lifeguards say they rescued 10 people in rough waters. This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
You guys, your customer service and everything, you guys are great. And the commercials talk about it, but I don't know if it really gives it true justice. People need to know. This is maybe the most amazing product I've ever tried. It's so pure, it tastes so good. I'm just blown away by it.
Balance of Nature is now offering 35% off on any new preferred order. Go to balanceofnature.com today and use discount code USA.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
President Biden has signed into law a measure that was passed by the House on Wednesday. It's designed to step up investigations of anti-Asian hate crimes. According to the FBI, they've been on the rise since the beginning of the pandemic.
We cannot let the very foundation of this country continue to be eaten away like it has been in other moments in our history and happening again.
The law will speed up hate crime investigations at the Justice Department and provide money at the local level to improve investigations of suspected hate crimes. The measure passed with overwhelming support in both the House and the Senate. There's another incentive from New York Governor Andrew Cuomo to get people vaccinated against COVID-19. Certain sites will give people a lottery scratch-off ticket.
You could win up to $5 million if you get vaccinated next week.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
Federal authorities have seized 68 big cats from an animal park in Oklahoma that was featured in Netflix's The Tiger King. The DOJ announced that the seizure of the federally protected lions, tigers, and lion-tiger hybrids, as well as a jaguar, as part of a court-approved agreement to resolve a DOJ complaint against Jeffrey and Lauren Lowe over the animals' care. The civil complaint accused the Lowes of reoccurring inhumane treatment and improper handling of the animals protected by the Endangered Species Act. The couple had received numerous citations for failing to properly care for the animals following 3 inspections of the Tiger King Park in Thackerville since December. During a hearing last week, a judge found the couple in contempt for failing to comply with court orders to employ a qualified veterinarian and establish a program of veterinary care. The attorney for the couple told the judge that the Lowes just want out completely. The acting assistant attorney general said that the DOJ is working to ensure that the cats are sent to a responsible preserve where they can be safely maintained rather than exploited. Jeffrey Lowe was a central figure in the show Tiger King that featured a mullet-wearing zookeeper named Joe Exotic and became a cultural phenomenon last year. Joe Exotic is serving a 22-year sentence in federal prison in Texas for his 2020 conviction on charges that he participated in a murder-for-hire plot and violated federal wildlife laws. I'm Wendy King for USA Radio News.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, let's get some of our industry headlines from our friends at CDL Life. Starting things off here on a Friday morning, the self-driving truck company known as Too Simple recently conducted a 900-mile test run of one of their driverless vehicles, which they said delivered a load of produce in just over 14 hours. May the 3rd, the company tested its trucks hauling fresh watermelons along a 951-mile route across 4 states from Nogales, Arizona to Oklahoma City. They had partnered up with Associated Wholesale Grocers for the test. The pickup and delivery was done manually with a human driver, while the longest leg of the journey from Tucson to Dallas was actually done autonomously using Too Simple's self-driving technology. Now, they say the normal trip would take about 24 hours. However, Too Simple's automated driving allowed a 42% faster run, 14 hours and 6 minutes. According to CNBC, this pilot was done with a safety driver on board so they can comply with a patchwork of regulations. But this is another step, they say. 2 simple plans to operate their trucks without needing a safety driver on board by the end of 2024. That's just 3 years away. Just around the corner. This has been tried several times before, but maybe one of these days they'll get it done. I think it would be very beneficial to the industry. A group of Republican senators have introduced concealed carry reciprocity legislation that could make it much simpler for truck drivers to defend themselves out on the road. Let me see here. You've got several senators that introduced the Constitutional Concealed Carry Reciprocity Act, or S-1522, Senate Bill 1522, which would allow individuals with concealed carry privileges in their home state to exercise those rights in any other state with concealed carry laws, while still abiding by states' laws. The intent of the bill is to allow citizens to defend themselves while they're traveling or temporarily living away from home. The bill would not establish national standards for concealed carry and would not provide for a national concealment carry permit. Law-abiding Tennesseans who are permitted to carry a firearm should be able to exercise that constitutional right in other states consistent with those states' laws without having to obtain a separate permit, according to Senator Hagerty. The constitutional right of self-defense should not disappear while traveling or temporarily living away from home, which is why we are joining together, introducing this legislation that respects constitutional rights and individual state laws, eliminating unnecessary bureaucracy. All right, the bill reduces the confusion and inconsistencies for responsible gun owners when they travel outside their home states, while also respecting states' rights to set their own laws. I'm happy to again support the bill, was from Senator Grassley. There are currently 34 co-sponsors of the bill. Similar legislation was introduced in the House back in January by Representative Richard Hudson. As I said, this has been tried before. Similar bills have been introduced multiple times in recent years. For whatever reason, they don't seem to advance. Should the bill pass, it would go a long way toward clearing up the confusion surrounding over-the-road trucking while carrying a firearm. While we know there is no law that prohibits truck drivers from carrying guns, many of the carriers don't allow it, and most U.S. military bases prohibit it. To complicate matters, varied state concealed carry reciprocity laws mean that the truck drivers got to do their homework before they cross state lines while carrying a firearm to make sure you're compliant with said state laws. All right, there was a runaway semi-truck tire that led to the closure of a major interstate in Missouri Thursday morning. About 1:30 a.m., a semi-truck driven by 29-year-old Ronald Spencer lost a tire eastbound I-70 near exit 137, struck another tractor-trailer. Both rigs then went off the side of the road, hitting the cable barrier along the median. Second driver then overturned the truck. He did suffer minor injuries, no other injuries reported there. Talking about a runaway tire. Have you seen the video of the tire that comes off? I can't tell. I believe it was another car tire. I can't a car tire, truck tire, but it's just rolling down the middle of the lane. And the woman in the right lane next to them has the dash cam on, and you see the tire rolling down the interstate. Here comes an SUV that was going much faster than the rolling tire, and they hit that tire, and it throws that car up in the air, and it flips a couple of times. I mean, like it looks like something out of the movies. Frightening video. I did not get the rest of the story as to anyone that was in that vehicle that got flipped, tossed around. If they didn't have a seatbelt on, bad news. What's happening in Florida this morning, Philip?
Yeah, kinetic energy is amazing, isn't it, when you see it in action, especially with a tire? Hey, Steve, you were just talking about that gun legislation there. Wouldn't the DOT have to get involved with that?
Not sure why.
Well, think about this. You go into another state and you go into the scale house and you get your DOT check, and we know a lot of those guys, they're like state affiliated and stuff. They carry weapons.
Mm-hmm.
They could ask you, do you have a firearm on you? And then also another thing that could be a situation with that. I don't know if you remember a lot, Steve, but a lot of people back in the day, they had issues with people going postal. Remember that term?
Oh yeah.
At work.
Yeah, sure.
And I know a lot of companies, and the two I work for have the same thing. You can have it in your vehicle, but you can't bring it in to where you work at. You know what I mean? And that would be kind of the same situation with a truck. You see what I mean, legality-wise?
Yeah, even if they did have the reciprocity thing, these major companies, most of the carriers, they're still going to maintain, like most employment businesses or whatever, you can't carry a firearm on the premise, so they won't let them carry in the truck. I'll tell you this, though, even though they have those rules, I know a lot of truck drivers that work for companies that are packing anyway. To hell with the law. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And, you think about this, too. You have a lot of guys that live in states that have concealed or open carry open carry rules. Now they come into a state like, say, Florida, where it's concealed only. There could be a problem. You go in a place that doesn't have an open carry policy, and you walk in with an open carry with a gun on your side, you might have a little problem. You know what I mean?
Yep.
There's a lot of legality stuff. It's just tit-tat crap, but it can happen. It can happen. I'll tell you what, this high pressure down here, the weather down here has been great. I love it to death. But my allergies are killing me with this high pressure because we haven't had any rain. And I know it's pushing it all over to Texas and Louisiana. Have you seen any of that? You've been watching the weather?
Yeah, oh boy, yeah, the flooding is unreal.
It's kicking us in the butt here with that kind of stuff. And did that Anna form up there by Bermuda yet?
I don't believe it's officially formed. They've made it sound like later today or Saturday would be the best chance maybe for it to come together.
Yeah, I was watching a little bit of it last night on the Weather Channel. It's got to wrap around before they can actually call it a storm or whatever, go up to the next level. And did you see, Steve, that SpaceX delivered a brand new booster, Cape Canaveral?
Oh yeah.
So Elon splurged and he bought a brand new one, man. So that all the ones they've been launching have been, reuses, but this one here is a brand new one. They're getting ready for that heavy Falcon Heavy. They got two of those slated for the end of this year, toward the end of the year, and this one here, I don't know if it's involved with that or not, but they said that they're beefing up. They're making new rockets because of that, and workout at Boca Chica is still carrying on. They're still working it out there at Starbase. So that's all I got to say today, bud. You have a good one, Steve. Thank you, and have a good weekend.
Thank you for checking in. As always there, Philip, you do the same. Have a great weekend. All right. What are we looking at? 21 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Next up on the list here, let me flip over. I was looking at, some of the stronger storms. We got this line of thunderstorms rolling through. Yeah, you start right there, dead center, central portions of South Dakota, moving on up a lot of rain into northwestern South Dakota. Another batch of thunderstorms down there in southwestern portions of the state. and the east central Wyoming, that would be. Some of those kind of pack in a punch. Then there's another separate batch of thunderstorms up in northwestern portions of North Dakota. I'll do a quick check here and see if any of those are spawning severe weather advisories. What do we got? Okay, it looks like they're not reaching the severe criteria at this point in time, but just definitely some very heavy rains. Looks like another windy day on tap in western portions of New Mexico, on over through Arizona, southern portions of Utah, southern Nevada, where you've got high wind advisories and red flag warnings for that entire region today. Let me click on down here on New Mexico, Arizona, see how kind of winds we're going to be talking about today. All right, wind advisories. So it's not a wind warning. What are we talking? Gusts up to 50 miles per hour. Okay. Southwest wind 25 to 35, gusting to 50. Higher gusts for the wind-prone areas like ridge locations and eastern slopes of the Mogollon Rim into the Little Colorado River Valley, especially tonight and Friday through the day today. Okay? Be aware of the windy conditions. Meanwhile, let's get back to the calls here. Jolly Green Giant, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, Steve. I want to make a prediction on that Pennsylvania voting problem.
Yes, sir.
I predict that whoever the Democratic candidates are, they're going to win. Now, that's what I predict. I predict that is not an accident. Those ballots are screwed up. That's what happened during the presidential election. So I predict that the Democratic candidates are going to win. Now, that's what I think. I also want to tell you the cruise ships are so desperate for people to get on cruise ships now, they're giving away free booze and free pop. So, and that's how they make most of their money is on the booze and the pop. So now they're giving away free booze and free pop for you to get on a cruise ship.
Wow. Okay.
I also wanted to talk. I also wanted to tell you that I know why we're not seeing any cicadas in Milford, Ohio, and that's because Flash is been catching. He's been catching all these cicadas. He's been dehydrating them, packaging them, sending them down to Georgia to Fly Rod, and then Fly Rod is selling them to Bass Pro Shop for bait for all these fishermen. So that's what's going on, because I haven't seen any of these cicadas.
No.
Also, I wanted to ask you. I was on the internet, and I know I read that, and I wanted to ask you. You went to a Bible college in Cincinnati, Ohio. Am I right or wrong?
For my senior year in high school and first year at college.
Okay. Yeah, so I was going to ask, it's how did you get into radio and we're going to Bible college, And I know you talked about that a little bit. You started off down in Georgia, am I right?
No, I started here in Cincinnati. I was actually working at a Christian station at the time.
Right.
That was my first job, yep.
Well, and I'm sorry you haven't got your pool put up, but that's because Biden is paying everybody that's sitting at home on their lazy butts. That's why you can't get your pool installed, brother.
Yeah, I got to make a few calls today. See who I can find.
Either way, man, I just wanted to say, man, it's been a good week listening to your program. Also, I wanted to say another thing they were talking about, civil rights. Somebody was talking about Martin Luther King, and I agree with whatever that guy said. I agree. I think Martin Luther King is probably turning in his grave. People don't understand that when God created us, that race has nothing to do with it. We are just his children, and when God looks down, all he sees is his children. He does not see color or race. I do not understand what gives us the right, to distinguish between race. I mean, who in the heck are we to decide who's better?
Mm-hmm.
We're all in this world together, and I praise God for Eagle has got his head glued on straight because he understands that. And I think that Eagle is a good man, and I really love hearing him. And I wanted to tell Eagle, and I know he's sleeping right now, tell him how much I appreciate his opinions and his comments. So either way, Steve, I hope you have a good night, a good weekend, and we'll talk to you next week. Okay?
All right. Thank you much, Jolly Green Giant. He wanted to talk about the cicadas. The screen says, this is Jolly Green Giant. I want to talk about why we're not seeing any of those potatoes. No potatoes. I wondered what the hell that was all about. These cicadas. How about another dumbass of the week nominee here? One or two. We got several to get to. A man escaping serious injury after his truck went airborne and crashed as he was distracted counting his cashed paycheck. 32-year-old Nicholas Lander was driving his 07 Chevy 1500 pickup truck. After he cashed his paycheck, he was distracted counting the cash when his car veered off onto the shoulder, struck a mailbox. He was unable to regain control, which then went into the ditch, hit a culvert, went airborne for 68 feet before nosediving and flipping off the road. He was wearing a seatbelt, and he had a driver's side airbag, escaping serious injury. Had a slight bump on his head, complained about some back pain, but the truck was a total loss. I don't know how much you got on your paycheck, but it wasn't going to cover the cost of that truck, was it? Landry was not charged because it was a single vehicle crash with no injuries, that his family was negatively affected by the loss of the truck, who added that Landry helped clean up the elderly man's driveway that he hit and intended to replace the mailbox. All right, with no serious injuries, I'd like to take this opportunity to remind the motoring public of the dangers associated with distracted driving. It doesn't have to be a cell phone. It could be anything that takes your eyes off the road and takes your mind away from operating your vehicle. So said the sheriff's office. When's the last time you heard a "We buy any car"? We buy any car. Any car, any car. That little tune that gets stuck in your head. This one's interesting. Out of Pittsburgh, a car plowing into the "We Buy Any Car" building in Pittsburgh. Taking out a corner of the structure, the car ended up partially inside the building in the Beachview neighborhood. Bricks toppled onto the car's windshield and scattered on the sidewalk. Police said no one was in the car when they got to the scene of the crash, which happened about 4:30 a.m. apparently. Both airbags were deployed, leading police to believe there were two people in the car. Blood was found in the car, so police were checking hospitals to see if anyone from the crash showed up. A building inspector was called in to check the stability of the building, and no word of "We Buy Any Car" would be willing to purchase said vehicle. Now, based on the photographic evidence, I think that vehicle is a scrapyard resident at this point in time, if you know what I mean. All right, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Peace is once again in the Middle East as Israel and Hamas have agreed to a ceasefire. Biden said he's hoping to help rebuild some of the destruction in Gaza.
The United States committed to working with the United Nations, and we remain committed to working with the United Nations and other international stakeholders to provide rapid humanitarian assistance and to marshal international support for the people of Gaza and the Gaza reconstruction efforts. We will do this in full partnership with the Palestinian Authority, not Hamas, the Authority, in a manner that does not permit Hamas to simply restock its military arsenal. I believe the Palestinians and Israelis equally deserve to live safely and securely and to enjoy equal measures of freedom, prosperity, and democracy.
This is USA Radio News.
Do you need to sell your home? If you've sold a home before, you remember how stressful and expensive it was. Sold.com is here to help you sell your home for the most money and with the least amount of stress. There are new ways to sell your home that you've never heard of before. Did you know there are companies who'll offer you cash for your home? Did you know you could trade in your home for a new one? Did you know there are realtors who'll sell your home for a flat fee instead of an expensive commission? It's true. Sold.com services are free. So if you're looking to sell, make this free phone call right now and learn how your next home sale can be faster and easier than you ever thought possible. Pick up your cell phone and call right now. 800-990-3125. 800-990-3125. 800-990-3125. Again, that's 800-990-3125.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I guess cancel culture coming after Michael Savage. Haven't heard Savage in quite some time. Is he still doing his radio thing? Not even. But I recognize the name. Author, radio host. He said he will stand his ground against the Biden administration attempting to purge him from the Presidio Trust Board. He was appointed by President Trump at the time. He said, I'm going to remain on the board and I will pursue legal action if they carry through on the threat to terminate me. I'm not even really sure what the Presidio Trust Board is. He said it's a public trust that must be cared for by ardent conservationists and preservationists, not by political hacks. So this is why the board consists of independent individuals, independent of all political influence. While it is a position that is filled by presidential appointment, a seat on the board apparently is not subject to political wishes and terms. Terms are only terminated by resignation or expiration. My term ends in 2023. It does not end now. He said, we are the equivalent, in a way, of the Supreme Court of the Presidio Trust Board members, 3 of which were appointed by former President Trump, only one of which, Savage is the only one. Biden is looking to remove, according to a letter this past morning. The president could appoint us, but the president cannot fire us. The reason is that we are therefore independent of political influence. White House did not respond to request Thursday for comment on whether they're going to move forward with the threat to terminate Savage. Savage said, this came out of the blue this morning. Resign or we're going to fire you by the end of the day. Noting he'll not resign and he will seek a legal injunction in the Biden administration if attempts to terminate him. My lawyer looked into the Presidio Trust bylaws, and the Congressional Act of 1996 establishing it says there's no one, including the current president, who has the power to terminate an appointed board member. It is not part of the federal government. He told Newsmax he suspected his attempted removal was due to his latest proposal to promote a God and the Soldier exhibit, kind of trumpeting the military and religion. Now, this is 1,200 pristine acres, talking about the park that the Presidio Trust looks after. People like me stand in the way of developers. That's what we're there for, to make sure that it's not turned over to people to make a profit off of it. Okay, so it's a park conservationist kind of thing, if I understand correctly. Good morning, Pappy.
What's going on, Steve? Yeah, that's a name I ain't heard in a while.
Michael Savage, yeah.
Yeah, man. He was known to not hold back any punches, speak his mind.
Did you see the video of Dan Bongino getting into it with Geraldo again? Wasn't that great?
Yes, man. Geraldo's off the hook. I used to kind of like Geraldo, but man, he went whacked out, didn't he?
Standing with the Palestinians. I mean, he refused to answer. Hannity kept pressing and pressing. He said, Geraldo, who started this? Who launched the missiles into Israel first? And he wouldn't answer the question.
Yes. I mean, Bongino just laughed at him, because it was laughable. Man, what the hell? Steve, Biden wants to rebuild the Gaza Strip over there for these Palestinians. He's going to send them money to help rebuild. What the hell?
Oh, send them money. Okay. So, that money goes straight to Iran to purchase more rockets so they can replenish.
God. Man, if that isn't sending a message, that, hey, we'll send you the means to launch these rockets into Israel, and don't worry, if Israel punches back, we'll help rebuild your cities. Crazy. Man. These people don't hide who they are, Steve. I've said that before. Take the mayor of Chicago, right?
Yep, Lori Lightfoot.
That's about as blatant as you can be. She don't hide it. The squad, they don't hide it. Coming right out and showing their support for the terrorist group over there. Hamas.
Mm-hmm.
They don't hide it. Black Lives Matter, right? One of the main ladies, culprits of that group, came out, said they're Marxists. They don't hide who they are, Steve. They tell the American people. I don't know if they just want to, cover their ears and la, 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 la. I don't hear you. I don't know. They don't hide it.
Someone made a good point that someone made the point that Joe Biden just did Russia a huge favor. We were talking last night about the whole pipeline thing. He cancels the Keystone here. He lifts the sanctions on the Russia pipeline. So if Trump had done that, somebody said, well, hey, where's the special counsel and accusations of collusion?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it'd have been Russia. Trump colludes with Russia again. The hypocrisy here.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I'm getting tired. Can't speak right. But man, they got Biden in their back pocket, man. Hunter had too many little dealings with Russia. There was some Russian people that actually had meetings with Joe and Hunter at a motel, and I think some of that's on that laptop. But he's not going to stand up to him, Steve.
Was it you or was it you or someone else that suggested, that Russia, Yeah, has Biden in over a barrel because, give me the pipeline or I'm going to out your boy, Hunter.
Yeah, somebody made a comment, about, I think it was last night on the show, and I just sent you an email saying, oh, well, they got him over Hunter Biden.
Okay. Yeah.
When, who was it over in Russia? And he had some dealings with Russia, when Biden went over there, he took Hunter with him. Next thing you know, he's getting some deals out of Russia, multi-million-dollar deals. There was somebody, I can't remember name, Steve, but somebody close to Putin, wrote Hunter a check for $2 million. The old money laundering, that's probably why Biden wants to send money over to Hamas. It's all going to get kicked back right back to D.C., some of it, yeah. When he got elected, I knew our country was going to be in trouble. But, I said this. I said, man, look out for our foreign policy. Because these other leaders around the world, it's just going to laugh at him. That's about all I got, Steve. I'm just sitting here trying to roll some squares for the weekend,
Yeah.
And get ready for the
one thing we know for certain is, and we said this was going to happen early on, that world leaders, Vladimir Putin, Xi in China, Kim Jong-un, Iran, the Ayatollah, they're all going to test Joe Biden, and that's exactly what they're doing right now.
Yep. Iran wants to bomb, Steve. They want to bomb. And unfortunately, if they get one, I'm afraid they'll use it. I mean, one of the big reasons is why Iran wants the bomb is because, look at Gaddafi, right? We convinced Gaddafi to give up his nuclear weapons. And once he did it, what happened? We go in there and overthrow the government and kick him out. After Vietnam War, everybody knew that America was the number one superpower in the world. But we were never in a fist fight with anybody to really prove, to the world that don't mess with us, we'll kick your ass.
Mm-hmm.
And we showed the world in the first Gulf War when Saddam Hussein went into what's the name of that little Kuwait, right? Took over the oil field, Steve. I think he was thinking, are they really as bad as we think they are? Well, he found out that we were as bad as we think we are and the rest of the world think we are. I mean, we squashed him in days, literally days. So we proved to the world that don't mess with us because we can go in there and kick your ass. And the reason we went in there and kicked their butts the way we did is because they did not have a nuclear bomb. If he would have had a nuclear weapon, that whole deal wouldn't have went down the way it did. We wouldn't have went in there and kicked his ass the way we did.
Yeah.
That's why Iran wants a bomb. Because if we get into it with Iran, we could squash them just like we did Iraq. I mean, there's no doubt, and they know it. But if they got that bomb, right, and threaten to use it, they could kind of keep us in check a little bit.
Yeah, and that's, I guess, the thing about if they get the bomb, they've threatened to, push Israel into the sea, eliminate Israel as a whole. And I don't think I don't think they'd hesitate to use it on them. I did see a few days ago, remember old Ahmadinejad? He was the one that was so loudly outspoken about destroying Israel. He's looking to run for president in Iran again.
Yeah. Let me tell you something about the leader of Israel. He's one badass dude, Steve. He was in Israel. He was a commando, man, high up, been wounded many times. He was a legit badass, you know. So when you got Joe Biden calling him and saying to him, "Hey, man, we need to calm things down," he's just laughing at Biden. The reason they signed the peace treaty, Steve, is they ran out of rockets.
That's it.
You know, hey, we're out of ammo. Okay, where do we sign? All right, we'll just, you know, give us a few more months, a year. We'll make some more rockets and do this again.
And the vicious cycle continues. But then you got Geraldo Rivera trying to say it's Israel's fault. And I mean, the Democrats turning against Israel. You heard the numbers last evening, the number that blame Israel versus the number that blame Hamas or Iran for what's going on over there.
Yeah, you know, there were some civilians, Steve, that had a little clash, you know, before they started launching them rifles or missiles. You know, I mean, you can think of this. Think of Israel. How many mosques are in Israel? There's a lot, Steve. That's a mixed community of religions over there.
Yep.
You know, there are mosques in Israel. Do you think Israel could go into Palestine and, you know, put a church up? I don't know what they call them, synagogues.
A mosque, a synagogue,
in Palestine. Israel citizen can't walk around in Pakistan.
Palestine. Yeah.
Yeah. In Gaza. They'll get murdered, Steve. But you have, you know, Palestinians walking around in Israel. They can walk through the streets there.
Yeah, and there were clashes in the streets between Arabs and Jews there in Israel when this all first got kicked in.
Yeah, there was a clash that broke out in one of the mosques over there, you know, and I'm not sure what it was really even all about, to be quite honest about it. But it wasn't nothing major, you know. I mean, it was, you know, Israel was protesting about something, and the civilians now, you know, and, you know, the Muslims were protesting back, and it hit the fan, so to speak, a little bit, you know, and nothing that would have justified launching thousands of rockets into another country.
Yeah. Well, I think Netanyahu made a very valid point when he said, I don't know who he was being interviewed by, but for Joe Biden to be telling us, you know, we need to stop or have a measured response. If these rockets were landing randomly in Washington, D.C. versus Tel Aviv, you know damn good and well what the United States would do.
Right. And that's what was Bongino's point with Geraldo, is Geraldo was talking about all the children getting killed in, you know, in the Gaza Strip there. But, well, he failed to mention what about the children in Israel that would have been killed if them rockets would have got through.
Yeah.
You know, that he didn't mention that. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Geraldo, man. Like I said, back in the day, I kind of liked him, but he went full-blown liberal, man.
Siding with the Palestinians, siding with the illegals coming across the southern border. That's the Geraldo of today. Hey, Pappy, thank you so much for the call. I think you're going to be, it's your Sunday, right? You're going to be out on the streets this weekend. All right. Good luck with that. Someone said, hey, if a lot of people don't like the cicadas, they don't like bugs in general. Like I said, I don't like spiders. But cicadas aren't going to hurt you. They're not going to bite you. They're not going to sting you. They're just going to be here for a few weeks, maybe a month, And some people apparently are like bringing out their insecticides to kill the cicadas that are emerging in their yard. They say, please do not use insecticides on emerging cicadas because virtually everything eats the cicadas. Your chemical treatment has very little to no effect on the migrating population of cicadas, but once you spray the insecticide on them, if your dog or your cat and the birds and the frogs and the fish and the bunnies and the squirrels and even the people, they all consume them. All right? They're only here for a short time. They won't be back for another 17 years. And they are actually, they say, massively beneficial to the ecosystem. So don't worry about a few days of inconvenience. Don't be spraying this. But they're right. I know the dogs and the squirrels have been feeding on them in my place. They've been having a heyday the last few days. Yummy, yummy. All right, almost to top of the hour, we'll get our news update and head into the final hour here on a Friday morning. Let me get to Fly Rod, though. What's happening? Is this live or is it Memorex?
Well, good morning. Greetings and salutations, Steve Sommers. I greatly appreciate you taking my call. Steve, this here is a live phone call. This is not a call-in.
Okay. Thank you.
But Steve, I'm looking at the clock, and I got a rant to go on about. And I don't know that we have enough time before you hold me. Do you want to hold me over to the top of the hour?
If you've got a rant, absolutely. That's kind of like a little teaser. That makes everybody say, all right.
Oh, yeah.
Stand by for the rest of the story. Right after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Peace is once again in the Middle East as Israel and Hamas have agreed to a ceasefire. Biden said he's hoping to help rebuild some of the destruction in Gaza.
The United States committed to working with the United Nations, and we remain committed to working with the United Nations and other international stakeholders to provide rapid humanitarian assistance and to marshal international support for the people of Gaza and the Gaza reconstruction efforts. We will do this in full partnership with the Palestinian Authority, not Hamas, the Authority, in a manner that does not permit Hamas to simply restock its military arsenal. I believe the Palestinians and Israelis equally deserve to live safely and securely and to enjoy equal measures of freedom, prosperity, and democracy.
This is USA Radio News.
When thinking about life insurance, my accident reinforced you never know what tomorrow might bring. That's why I reached out to AccuQuote. AccuQuote helps people find a life insurance policy that meets their needs. Since 1986, they've helped millions of folks save up to 60% on their life insurance by comparing the rates and features of dozens of top-rated life insurance products. A healthy 50-year-old non-smoker can buy $500,000 of 10-year level term for less than $45 a month. A 60-year-old under $120 a month. Longer or permanent terms are available. Even if you already own life insurance, you really need to check out my friends at AccuQuote. Don't worry about health issues. Remember, they help me. As a pastor, I'm concerned about your soul and helping you to make sure your family is taken care of. Life insurance is more affordable now than ever, so don't make them wish you'd made that call. 877-437-4781. Call now, 877-437-4781. 877-437-4781.
Rates, policy forms, and availability vary by state.
South Korean President Moon Jae-in expressed a desire to deepen the nation's bilateral cooperation with the U.S. ahead of a scheduled summit with President Biden. Moon delivered the remarks alongside House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, as he said he hopes his discussions with U.S. lawmakers will, quote, not only establish peace on the Korean Peninsula, but also combat the COVID-19 pandemic. The CDC is investigating 163 cases of salmonella in 43 states that are linked to chickens. They're warning people who have chicken coops that poultry does carry salmonella, even if the chickens are clean and healthy. They say everyone should know to always wash your hands after working with the birds or gathering the eggs. According to the CDC, always keep birds outside of your home and do not kiss or snuggle them because the germs can spread easily to your mouth. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
People are anxious to buy the new electric Ford truck and the backstory of President Biden driving it. USA Radio's Tim Berg reports.
At least 20,000 people are lining up to buy Ford's new electric F-150 pickup. CEO Jim Farley telling CNBC that's how many reservations they got after revealing the new F-150 Lightning Wednesday night. Those interested can go to Ford's website and a $100 refundable deposit must be made. Among those already having taken the vehicle for a spin is President Biden. Biden visiting a Ford facility earlier this week. As far as how that test drive came to fruition, Farley tells CNBC,
we showed him the vehicle in confidence because we haven't revealed it. And he's like, I want to get in. And the Secret Service is like, no, Mr. President, we don't want you to get in. And he looked at me and I said, you should get in. And so he jumped in the vehicle. He's playing with the technology. And then in the middle of his speech, he goes, I want to drive this car. And everyone kind of laughed. And he's like, no, I'm serious. And then I got a tap on my shoulder. Hey, the chief of security said, you got to get in the motorcade. We're going over to your test track. I said, okay.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
In La Jolla, California, 1 person is dead and 8 people are injured after an apparent migrant smuggling attempt went wrong at Wipeout Beach. Lifeguards say they rescued 10 people in rough waters. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Drop my glasses. Oops. Hey, back at it on a Friday morning. Real quick, like before I get back to Fly Rod, wanted to throw this one at you. Guess who the latest backer of Hamas is? Yeah, Black Lives Matter. How about that? Would that surprise you? The official Black Lives Matter organization has declared its solidarity with Palestinians, effectively backing the Hamas terror organization in the ongoing conflict with Israel, which, of course, they have a ceasefire now. Writing on Twitter, BLM's official account noted that it always will be partnered with the cause of Palestinian liberation. Black Lives Matter stands in solidarity with Palestinians. We are a movement committed to ending settler colonization in all forms. And we will continue to advocate for Palestinian liberation. Always have, always will. The sentiment echoes that of other progressive organizations and legislators, including Representative Cori Bush, the Democrat of Missouri, another member of the Progressive Squad, who spoke out against Israel, both in a floor speech where she praised a Palestinian-American activist affiliated with Black Lives Matter, who previously called for the death of police officers, and on Twitter, where she compared the conflict in Gaza to riots in Ferguson, Missouri. The fight for Black lives and the fight for Palestine's liberation are interconnected. We oppose our money going to fund militarized policing, occupation, and systems of violent oppression and trauma. We are anti-war. We are anti-occupation. We are anti-apartheid, period, Bush says, citing her own House floor speech on the matter. Well, Miss Bush, again, who fired the first missiles? Who started it? And if missiles were approaching you standing on the floor of the House being launched by anyone, would you like them to respond? Or would you just maybe sit there or hunker down in the House bunker and take it? Yeah, that's the question you have to ask, but I just thought you'd like to know, right? Because inquiring minds want to know. All right, Fly Rod, lay it on us.
Well, I just got my blood pressure up 10 points, maybe even the highest 15 points of that last news story.
Sorry.
These morons with this cancel culture that Biden and them cronies there in D.C., them Democrats. Hey, I'll tell you what, folks, we know the beginning and the end of the story. The beginning of the story is God made a covenant with the people of Israel that he would protect them, and any and all nations who would honor that would be covered by grace and mercy as well. So, and the end of the story is that God still has a covenant with the people of Israel, and he's coming back one day to settle this matter. So the Democrats and all them other morons over there in D.C. and the libtards out there in Hollywood, you can just keep on crying and whining about Israel, but it's not going to change. But Steve, I appreciate you taking my call. I've got quite a rant this morning, so everyone buckle up for this ride. Steve, I appreciate all of our thousands, maybe millions of fans around the country now who are getting behind F&H Enterprises. That's Foxtrot Hotel, Fly Rod and Heatwave. We appreciate your patronage. We appreciate your support. Steve, I got to tell you, we got a problem. We got a big problem. And Jolly Green Giant, I heard what you had to say about them cicadas up there in the Buckeye. Look, we don't have any down here yet. We're still waiting by the trees. We're waiting in the yards for them to come out by the millions, and they're not coming out yet. Meanwhile, we've got back orders, recipe books, people wanting to bite into a bag of ranch-flavored cicadas, and restaurants waiting for cicadas for their recipes. And this is a disaster. We're waiting. So, folks, please don't spray any pesticides on the cicadas. Steve is right. They are part of the food supply chain, even for us humans. Because folks, listen, they're a nutritious treat. They're tasty, and they smell good, and dogs love them. So it's coming. See, this rant I've got to go on about is I just got another picture from the Big Moose camp yesterday. And this one is a picture of the Big Moose, or I'm going to call him the Big Goose, holding a railroad tie above his head. But you know what? I know it ain't the big goose. And that's a Photoshop picture. There's actually a crane. You can see the big dummy forgot to take the race out the crane hook. You can see the crane hook clear as day. What's supposed to be his hand. But big goose, your goose is cooked. But now we've got evidence now of what happened down there at London, Kentucky, at the truck stop just yesterday. We seen you out there in your truck with the 5-pound dumbbells, doing arm curls, going through your second bulk of Hostess Twinkies. We seen you, and then you get out of the truck wearing that white sweatshirt that said, "Silly rabbit, tricks are for kids." We know what's going on with you, Big Goose. So I got a message for you, Big Goose. Listen up. We're coming after you. We're going to rain on you. We're going to be the rain cloud that clambers up and rains all over you. Me and the Road Warrior, that is Smash and Grab, or Smash and Crash, excuse me, that's who we are now. Smash and Crash, the Road Warrior, the Honorable Road Warrior. How dare you want to enter the same ring? I got to step back a second because we had to go back into the archives. We had to go back into the archives and look at all the wrestling greats from the past who were doing these pre-wrestling match interviews. So we thought it was only fair that we go back and we practice, so we're ready to go. But anyway, Big Goose, we're going to go through you like fear to the French army. In fact, we're going to bring a bale of hay and a bucket of oats for your horse feathers as well into that ring. So we're not going to be wearing no Scottish kilts. You, sir, are going to get in that ring with a hand salute to Smash and Crash, and you will be defeated. We're going to whip you like a pot of potatoes. We're going to cut you like a lawn of grass. We're going to cut you down, son. You're going to be speaking 5 different languages when we get done hammering away at you.
Hey,
so here's the best way that you can avoid that embarrassment.
Fly ride. Hang on a second. Moose?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. Well, I tell you what, he's ain't going to try to put it in a nutshell. He couldn't put it in a barrel without a bottom. That's the longest-winded bastard I ever heard blow off in my life. And you talking about my sweatshirt that says tricks are for kids, that's better than them shirts that I seen you all wearing that said cowboys' butts drive us nuts. So let me tell you something here, Fly Rod, you cicada-packing entrepreneur you. I just throw this down at you. I will go to the bank on my way to this cage match. I will withdraw $10,000 in fresh, crisp federal greenbacks. I will put that $10,000 in my hip pocket. And if either one of you sap-sucking waddies can manage to pry it out of there, you're more than willing to take it and spend it on any entrepreneurial endeavor of your choice. So put your money where your mouth is, Hoss, because I tell you what, you can gas on about this all you want, but the fact of the matter is, I'm a-waiting. You the one hiding out down there in Georgia and your cohort out there halfway across the country in New Mexico out there. I'm only about 60 minutes from the Hot Shot Secret bunker. And I tell you what, I got a brother-in-law who's in the fence business. I have a cage built down there where the old swimming pool was in about 15 minutes. So you just tell me when you going to be there, and, buddy, I'll be there. Just look for that big old orange Coronado sitting out on the curb. You'll know I made it. So in the meantime, save all your theatrics for those who are impressed by it, because you know what? I'm not.
Oh, boy.
Big Goose, you got one chance to apologize, to manufacture you an apology before we put the hurt on you. I'll tell you what, you just craft yourself an apology right now and you send $19.95 plus $3 for shipping and handling for the cookbook, and we'll just forget the whole thing. We don't need to embarrass you. We don't need to put you in horse feathers and Betty Bop, the Brown Bunny, or whoever it is you're tagging up with. You got one shot, brother, and this is it.
Well, I tell you what I'll do. I'll send you a check for $9.95 so you can go buy you a big tube of preparation each, because You talk so much crap, you're going to have to rub it on your lips before you go to bed at night. You know, God ruined a perfectly good bunghole when he put a mouth on your face.
You know what? I think your mouth is overloaded. Your jaybird ass, son. I'll tell you what's going to happen. Just like the wind blows through the trees and the rain comes down on the earth, the heat wave and the fly rod is going to put a hurting on you, son. It won't be long. It won't be long.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. The heat wave and the fly rod's going to wish they was back at the Alamo with Travis is what the heat wave and the fly rod's going to be wishing about 30 seconds after the horsey the brain feathers puts that brand new master lock on the door of that cage.
Welcome to Channel 19. That's about as close as it gets, ain't it?
And a little coaxial karate this morning, little CB ass whipping. Yeah, I tell you what. Sound like bold talk from a couple of cicada sucking wannabes to me. That's all I'm saying.
I got you. What else is on your mind, Moose?
Oh, that's about it. I was just going to see if anybody else noticed where old President Sniffy Joe and his new electric Ford threatened to run over the press if they ask him about the whole Israeli problem. Did you see that interview?
I did not catch that, no.
Yeah, that little girl reporter asked him, said, "Can we ask you a question about the situation in Israel?" He said, "Only if you're standing in front of this truck, because I'm going to take off about 80 miles an hour."
Wow.
Yeah, so we get a chance to look back on that. Boy, I tell you what, man, that fella just about got my dander up. You know what? I think what I'll do, when I drop this trailer down there in London, I think I'll just bobtail on down there Atlanta way. Hell, this is the weekend. I can be back up and get that trailer staged for Monday. Well, I might just bring it to him. He wants to write the check. I'm going to see if I can cash it.
Yeah, make sure you get it on video, will you?
Yeah, well, I tell you what, I'll just swing through there and pick you up. You can live stream it.
All right, that sounds like a plan.
All right, fella. Well, have a good weekend when you get to it. Sunny side up, breezy side down. Keep it twixt and spotted and solid. And we'll be 10-10 till we do it again sometime Monday morning.
All right. Thank you much. Enjoy that cicada soup, right? Yeah, look at it. 19 past the hour. You couldn't stage better entertainment, could you? Hey, did you get your PPP loan when they were available? I know some of you had applied for them and were actually denied for various reasons. I guess you just went about the process the wrong way. Yeah, should have used the online lending platform known as Cabbage, because apparently they issued 378 Paycheck Protection Program loans to the tune of $7 million to fake recipients. According to the report, some of the businesses that obtained loans through the Georgia company had names like Ritter Wheat Club, Dealey Nuts, a wheat farm and a tree nut farm, respectively. They each got $20,833, the maximum amount available for a sole proprietorship. Another company named Tomato Cramber got $12,739. Seaweed Bleeman got $19,957. They all said they were based in New Jersey. Turns out none of those entities existed in the state's business records. And the owners of the homes of the businesses' locations were surprised when we reached out to them. One said, "There's no farming here. We're a sandbar, for Christ's sake." That's the mayor of Long Beach Township in Jersey, where some company called Beefy King, supposedly a cattle ranch, was located. Cabbage in total processed nearly 300,000 PPP loans before the first round of funds expired. They were second only to Bank of America. Pushing this through financial institutions created some pretty bad incentives, according to the CEO of Centrelink, which helps lenders detect potential identity theft. This is definitely a case where companies that decided they wanted to be more careful in terms of giving out loans were penalized for doing so. The Small Business Administration back in January estimated they approved about 55,000 business loans totaling approximately $7 billion that were given to potentially fake businesses. Wow. $7 billion to fake businesses. Yeah, I've got a cattle ranch there in New Jersey. I need a loan. Turns out to be a sandbar. You can't make this stuff up. Let me see. Earlier, Eagle mentioned the whole Don Lemon thing. And it was about a week ago. I got an email from Pappy. He was asking, you heard anything about Don Lemon? Nothing going off of CNN? I did a quick search, and everything I was finding was saying it looks like the way he ended his show that Friday night last week was said, I can't remember the exact quote, but it's been like an incredible journey or something, like this is the last show. And that it left everybody hanging, so they were all speculating, what am I going to do without my Don Lemon? As it turns out, they were just changing the name or switching things up. And so he's back on. I guess Monday evening, he returned to his anchor seat at the network, this time with a newly named show or series, Don Lemon Tonight. His fellow CNN anchor Chris Cuomo actually introduced him. I'm happy for you with the change. I like the look. I like whatever you like. Lemon then explained that with the name change of the show comes a renewed commitment to do what we do, which he described as holding truth to power. We may have a new name, but we have the same mission, an even stronger mission, to have the kinds of conversation America needs to move ahead as a country, said Lemon. Whether you like it or not, we're going to tell the truth on this show. Good golly. Yeah, like you've been doing for all these years, all right, Don? You and your whole crew of fake news. This new show, which will hold people accountable for their actions with grace. 2 live hours of the day's biggest stories. All right, so Don's still there, Eagle. I hate to burst your bubble. He joined CNN in 2006. He hosted CNN Tonight until 2014, until the debut of his new show. Of course, Friday he announced it was his last episode of that long-running show. It's been really, really great. This is the last night that will be CNN Tonight with Don Lemon. Oh, so no longer CNN Tonight with Don Lemon. It's just Don Lemon Tonight. All right, looking at 25 past the hour. Let's get back to the calls here. We got some lines available at 844-844-3388. Rambler, hi there.
Hey, Steve, from the Hudson Bay to the Florida Keys, from the Empire State to the Golden Gate. Glad we got you loud and clear. And I tell you, you mentioned $7 billion. You know just as well as I do. Somewhere, Hollywood has his finger in the pie with that.
In all likelihood,
somewhere
yes.
He's got his finger in it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You know, you talked about Michael Savage a while ago. Much like you, Steve, he was unceremoniously let go from Cumulus. He got to go and say goodbye to his radio audience. His last show was December 31st of 2020. But he's on the podcast format. I'm still an avid listener of Michael Savage.
Okay.
And the guy didn't hold back. He didn't pull any punches. He was one of the first ones to come out and call BLM a terrorist organization and call it like it was. And I guess Cumulus didn't like it. And they put he never really called other, DJs, by their name. But he referred to Ben Shapiro as Mickey Mouse on laughing gas.
Really?
And that's who kind of took his time slot. Yeah. He said they're going to replace me with a guy that talks 90 miles an hour. So it's like Mickey Mouse on laughing gas who don't even take calls. So that was what Cumulus put in his time slot. Bonagino, man, I like him. That guy is good. And I think as far as Geraldo goes, he's probably all that plastic surgery's really gotten to his brain. I heard he's fallen in love with Liz Cheney, and they're probably going to go off to Wyoming and bow down to her father, Dick Cheney, because he was the one that was really running that White House during the Bush years. But you talk about the Presidio Trust. That is very pristine land. Presidio Trust, Steve, is part of a Civil War base. Alcatraz is kind of connected to that in some sort of way, but it's right around the Golden Gate Bridge. It's 1,200 acres, and much like Barack Insane Obama trying to get national park land to build his presidential library, you had the Feinsteins and the Pelosi's trying to get, because it is very pristine. And it is true, there is a statue, it's very old, it's been there forever, to honor God and the soldiers from the Civil War era and all the soldiers there. But it's pristine marshland. It's one of the few places you can go to in California that's not painted with graffiti. You go to any national park out there now, that's all you're going to see, all over rocks and everything like that. People go out there and spray paint all sorts of garbage, and it's one of the few places you can actually go to. And I think the reason why they're wanting to get him off is because he was an avid supporter of President Trump. Trump was on his show many times. Matter of fact, Savage has actually been on Air Force One with the president before. So I think they're holding a grudge against him. They're like, he's a Trumper and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, but Steve, you're doing the right thing. Podcasting is the wave of the future. Savage said it. You're doing it. And I tell you, after the death of the late, great Rush Limbaugh, I don't know where the conservative voice is going to come from no more. I can't get into Ben Shapiro because he does sound like Mickey Mouse on laughing gas, and I just can't get into it. Bonagino is building a good audience. So now I got to say, those two guys going at it a while ago, what's the Fly Rod and the Moose?
Yes.
They had me over here with tears in my eyes. It reminds me, Steve, and we're both Gen Xers. You were born in '65. I'm born in '76. It reminds me of C605 on TBS every Saturday whenever wrestling used to come on.
Okay.
Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry, go ahead,
like the WWE, is that it?
Yeah, like the WWE, but I don't think one of them's going to come out with a bald hair, clanging beers together and flipping off the crowd like Stone Cold used to do. But I'm putting my booking hat on. I'm like, okay, which one of these guys is going to be the baby face? Which one is going to be the heel in this whole entire cage match? And it sounds like it's going to be a handicap match at that, with Heat Wave and Fly Rod going up against the Moose, kind of like the way old Andre the Giant. But she celebrated a birthday. I think it was yesterday. He would have been 75. So like kind of what they had to do, two guys going up against Andre, and Andre would just smash them. But yeah, man. Before you let me go, And I know you don't have no dynamite. Thank God I don't want to get blown up anymore than I've been blown up the last 23 years. I commented on the Facebook post, and I want your personal opinion, and then you can hang up on it.
Okay.
I know the disdain you have for this country music artist. If you had the choice, Steve, of listening to cicadas for 24 hours, however long they're going to be out, or 5 minutes of Webb Pierce, which one would you choose?
24 hours of cicada, beautiful harmony. Thank you, Rambler. Have a great morning. There you go. It's time for a news break on a Friday, and we'll return. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Israel and Hamas have agreed to a ceasefire, which halts a bruising 11-day war that caused widespread destruction in the Gaza Strip and brought much of life in Israel to a standstill. More than 200 people are confirmed dead. Biden said a lot of people pitched in to help make it happen.
I extend my sincere gratitude to President al-Sisi and the senior Egyptian officials who played such a critical role in this diplomacy. I also appreciate the contributions of other parties in the region who've been engaged in working toward the end of hostilities. These hostilities have resulted in the tragic deaths of so many civilians, including children. And I send my sincere condolences to all the families, Israeli and Palestinian, who have lost loved ones, and my hope for a full recovery for the wounded.
This is USA Radio News.
Do you need to sell your home? If you've sold a home before, you remember how stressful and expensive it was. Sold.com is here to help you sell your home for the most money and with the least amount of stress. There are new ways to sell your home that you've never heard of before. Did you know there are companies who'll offer you cash for your home? Did you know you could trade in your home for a new one? Did you know there are realtors who'll sell your home for a flat fee instead of an expensive commission? It's true. Sold.com services are free. So if you're looking to sell, make this free phone call right now and learn how your next home sale can be faster and easier than you ever thought possible. Pick up your cell phone and call right now. 800-990-3125. 800-990-3125. 800-990-3125. Again, that's 800-990-3125.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, so doesn't look like it's had a whole lot of an impact. Cryptocurrency, right? Haven't talked any crypto this morning. It's been kind of a roller coaster ride of a week, though. At one point, Bitcoin was under $30,000 a coin, down from over $60,000 at its peak a couple months ago. And, of course, we saw Dogecoin drop down to, what was it, like 21 cents at one point in time. That was all that after China made the announcement that they will not allow, you're not allowed in China to accept cryptocurrency as a form of payment. Since then, Bitcoin has kind of rebounded. It's at 39,831. Dogecoin is... right now, I just pulled up CoinDesk, covering like 38 cents. It's been, up and down, right there, within a penny or two, not fluctuating a whole lot. See, the past 24 hours, hit a low of 34 cents, and again, right now, the 38 cents. I kind of thought yesterday's announcement from the Treasury Department might have more of a profound impact. They announced that they're taking steps to crack down on cryptocurrency markets and transactions. They also announced that they are going to require any transfer worth $10,000 or more to be reported to the Internal Revenue Service. According to the Treasury Department release, cryptocurrency already poses a significant detection problem by facilitating illegal activity broadly, including tax evasion. This is why the president's proposal includes additional resources for the IRS to address the growth of cryptocurrencies. Within the concept of the new financial account reporting regime, cryptocurrencies and crypto asset exchange accounts and payment service accounts that accept cryptocurrencies would all be covered by this. Further, as with cash transactions, businesses that receive crypto assets with a fair market value of more than $10,000 would also be reported on. Bitcoin reversed course shortly after the Treasury's announcement. It was trading up 1.6%. Previously in the session, it was up more than 9%. Okay, so it did drop some, that, in other words. A growing number of Wall Street analysts have over the past month sounded the alarm that regulators at the Treasury and the Security Exchange Commission are probably going to take a more active role in regulating cryptocurrency. So here it is. This part of a broader announcement on the Biden administration's efforts to crack down on tax evasion and promote better compliance. Among proposals they're considering are bolstered IRS funding and more technology and more severe penalties for those who evade their obligations. According to the Treasury's estimates, the difference between taxes owed to the United States government and those actually paid totaled nearly $600 billion in 2019 alone. So increased regulation would likely upset some cryptocurrency investors. They've seen the value of Bitcoin slide about 25% over the past month, and the talk of capitulation creep into the online forums. Many experts say it's just a matter of time till Congress grants the regulator broader jurisdiction. So there you go, allowing the Securities and Exchange Commission to regulate cryptocurrency exchanges will help ensure investors are protected and prevent market manipulation. Okay, so just so you know, they've said this for a while. The handwriting was on the wall. Yes, Knucklebuster, hey there.
Thanks for taking me back again, Mr. Steve Sommers. Better leave that phony baloney money alone. You'll wind up losing all of your real money, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's talk about constitutional carry, castle doctrine, and stand your ground. Mississippi, Tennessee, Arkansas, Texas, that's where I run. They all have constitutional carry. You don't need a permit to carry one, whether it's concealed or open carry. But now in Mississippi, you just well, let me see what I'm going to say here. Well, all you have to do is your car and your truck is an extension of your home. You don't have to have it, even if it's in order for them to inspect the inside of your truck. If you don't want them in there, they got to go get a search warrant to get in there to look and see what's inside your truck when you pull in there and get DOT'd. So, I mean, that's just Mississippi, but that's not all states. So you have to check all the rules out and everything. And you say you went to Bible college?
I did.
Oh, well, Brother Steve, please forgive me, for I have committed the sin of distracted driving. That scantily clad senorita, and I was over there looking instead of watching what I was doing going down the road there. And Steve, I committed the sin of gluttony too. I had a dream that Mama Knucklebuster was naked in a bathtub full of strawberry jello, I ain't never eat so much Jell-O in all my life. And that's all my baloney for today, Mr. C. Sommers. Have a great weekend, brother.
All righty, there you go, Knucklebuster. Hell, Truck and Phil checking in. Morning, Steve Sommers in the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Happy Fish Friday. Bring on the Cicada Cookbook. My gosh, listen to them old lady truck drivers bitch at each other. You gotta love it. Truckin' brotherhood at its best. On Channel 19, on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive from the Hot Shot Secret Studio. The saga continues. Of course, I'm ready to depart Fort Wayne for the greater Detroit suburbs of Sterling Heights. 219 days till Christmas. Thanks for pointing that out, Truck and Phil. You got it. Pappy says, let's see, Monday, May the 24th, Dan Bongino is going to take Rush's spot, noon to 3. First guest on the show, Donald Trump. How about that? He also said, Steve, I know you were sweating there for a minute with no dump button, weren't you? That was some funny stuff. Yeah, technically, I don't need a dump button right now because we're just on, the social media and the app and whatnot. I could say some of those nasty words and not be penalized, but I don't think it's the right thing to do, if you know what I mean. Morning, Sex Maniac. Hey there.
Hey, what's up, Steve? I'm just checking in. I don't even know where to start, but kind of between Moose and Fly Rod and Heat Wave. That kind of brings back the old days when your dad was on there and you had like 4 or 5 guys call in and they'd argue and act like they was going to fight each other and everything. Do you remember them?
Oh, yeah, a bunch of smash mouth talk.
Yeah. And the funny thing about it, your dad said these guys never have met each other and didn't even know each other except for on the radio when they called in. Everybody did that.
That's correct.
It was kind of like the Funny Bunnies there, but it was funny. And between Moose and Fly Rod, that was pretty good tonight. But I really don't know. But I thought I'd check in with you. I haven't called in. I've been listening. I agree with a lot of stuff Eagle says. And he is right about that woman there. She is pretty doggone ugly. And I think the one person that's really interested is old Gruff when he calls in. He really lays it out there so everybody knows what's going on.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got good information all the time. But I'm just kind of wondering, them Democrats up there in that White House, are they human?
I begin to wonder. They talk about there may be alien life on this planet. I think they're actually they're aliens disguised like us.
I don't know, but I wish somebody could do something with them. Or I'm getting tired of hearing that, all this great stuff they're doing for us, and I've not seen one great thing they've done yet, except run the world so far.
Yeah.
They're doing a good job of that so far, aren't they?
We've gone a long ways backward since January the 20th this year.
Oh, yeah. I'm telling you, that's why I just sit back and listen to a lot of guys call in. They're very interested. I like when that one lady called in, too. I think it was the night before last, took up for the truck drivers and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
You got to have more people like that anyway. But in the night you were all talking about truck drivers, how they are out here. You ain't got enough time to even talk about that. I mean, I'm sitting here watching one now going down the road here with his four-ways on, and I don't know what for, but I guess he's getting ready to hit the shoulder way it's looking there. I don't like when they do that, but he's slowing down, and I'm getting ready to go by him. So, well, I just thought I'd check in with you, Steve. It's been a while, so have a good weekend. And
yeah, thank you for checking in there, Sex Maniac. Yeah, don't be a stranger. Let me see here. Is it truth or fiction? We had one night earlier this week, a lot of talk about, is there truly a driver shortage? Because we've been talking about it for 20 years. And more often than not, it could be attributed to driver churning, moving from company A to company B, becoming a new driver, getting some experience, you know, the whole drill. It appears, and many of the drivers out there appear to agree that this time around, it may not be that case. There's not enough drivers. Story this past day, the ongoing pandemic is driving even more truck drivers out of their cabs, promoting worries among haulers and food processors. There won't be enough people available to transport the harvest as summer wears on. Director of Governmental Affairs at the California League of Food Producers said during the carrot and onion harvests in Southern California, the trucking companies are telling us that they're already seeing anywhere between 25 and 30% fewer drivers than they had before. That tracks with the experience so far of Joe Antonia, who runs a Stockton-based trucking company that's heavily engaged in seasonal agricultural hauling. He said he's been able to hire 35% fewer drivers than the same time last year. He says it's becoming more and more difficult, adding that the pandemic and the resulting federal actions are contributing to the problem. Many of the drivers are telling us and other carriers that catching COVID is a concern for them. So they may not want to come back to work for that. The enhanced extended relief efforts, unemployment, economic relief, is holding some of them out as well, as is the vaccine availability. Now, with eligibility expanding, we're hopeful that some of these folks are going to come back to work. Senior Vice President of Governmental Affairs at the California Trucking Association also expressing concern when harvest moves into the Central Valley and Northern California. We could be seeing a 50 up to 60% need for drivers for the harvest season. You know, the carrots harvested in the desert mostly moved to Bakersfield for processing. Onions go to Gilroy, Fireball, and the Turlock area. For every load, you really need 2 trucks because one's got to be going down as one's coming up. The bulk of agricultural drivers are hired for a July 1 start date. We're just now starting to recruit drivers, adding, we'll probably know by the second week of May, which is right about now, where we stand. Demand peaks during harvest of processing tomatoes, almonds, pistachios, and walnuts. During those 4 months, July through October, that's when the most drivers are around. He listed the potential consequences of a summer driver shortage, which would be crop spoilage, waste, crops not even being harvested. Driver shortage has been a chronic problem with a number of factors in play. Number one, the Class A driving population is getting older. We don't see as many young folks getting into the industry as we did 15 years ago. I would say each year for the last 10 years, we've seen it getting worse and worse. Truck driving jobs are in high demand because of the boom in online shopping, even before the pandemic, you said. What really exacerbates for the seasonal truckers like us is we can only offer these folks anywhere from 90 to 120, maybe 150 days of work. And at the Trucking Association, it said the average age of a truck driver today, average age is 52, 53 years old. Okay. So problems getting the harvest in, anticipating problems keeping the fuel stations with gasoline, lack of truck drivers with the hazmat license. Real quick, Chevy Guy, you'll get to wrap it up this Friday morning.
Yeah, I sort of heard Biden say we're going to use taxpayer funds to help in the Gaza Strip, I guess, rebuild.
Yep.
Well, it would be nice to know if we're going to do that, why aren't we helping Israel rebuild? Because our nation has punished Israel, corporations, and have done that, and we tried to weaken the state of Israel, the only true friend we have in the Middle East. So I'm just, I'm upset about that little situation there. But it's the truth. God said, I'll bless those that bless you, and I'll curse those that curse you. You can go back into Russia, where you had a huge Jewish population, and they did very well until they turned on the Jews. Same thing in Germany. It did very well. The Jewish population has a way to guide. God's blessed them. They'll bring your nation well. And then they turned on them. And you can see what happened, the whole hundreds of thousands. 2 million German men, young men, were forced marched up into Siberia to work in the mines and build railroads for Russia. Many never made it home to see their families in Germany. Many a mother never knew what happened to her husband or sons. And it just, there you go. And I hate to see that the United States of America, in our Congress, in our schools, are turning against our only friend in the Middle East, and also turning against God's chosen people. So it just seems like it's getting ready for a wild ride, because it's coming. Like Lou said, we're on that final spin in the bowl. So other than that, we'll see. I have a great weekend. We'll see you next Monday morning, 10-4.
There you go. Sunday night.
Copy in the mail.
Sunday night, Monday morning at the midnight hour. Joel Morrow joins us probably for like the first hour of the show as he gears up for his heart valve replacement here in a few weeks. So we'll chat with Joel. I'm not sure exactly what we're going to be discussing coming up Monday morning, but we'll be here. And I hope you'll be here as well. And thanks so much for being with us here for another ride. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.